My name is Jenny Gawthorpe-Wood and I'm the Mayor of Cambridge. I would like to welcome members and the public to this annual council meeting of Cambridge City Council. Now, just some domestics. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Pease Hill side of the building and exit via the Pease Hill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. Public toilets are located outside the Zeged room. Water is available from the water machine outside the committee rooms. Now, I am aware that we have a number of members of the public keen to hear the debates and public questions. Now, these form part of the council business meeting, which occurs in the afternoon after lunch, when we have concluded the ceremonial part. That's after agenda item 8 and after we've had lunch. So if there is anybody here who just wants to be here for the public questions and for the debates, the motions, then please feel free to leave and come back after lunch. Now, this is my last time as mayor for this year. As outgoing mayor, I want to thank everyone here and many who are not here for their support over the past year. It's been a huge honour and privilege to be Mayor of Cambridge, to chair the council, to have met and engaged with communities, groups and individuals across Cambridge, across our city. I've actually met people in other cities who are from Cambridge, oddly, and been able to make lots and lots of connections, which I hope I'll carry forward as a councillor. It's been a busy, how I wanted it, year, with many highlights. There's so many, it's hard to pick out a few, but not least are Parkinson's flash mob song and dance performances. It's, of course, a great way to find out what's going on in Cambridge, being mayor. We rely on our community volunteers and charities, and I do hope my theme to build bridges across our communities that make up Cambridge will continue. I certainly will try to continue that. I hope I've started something, laid some foundations, some bricks, facilitating partnerships between our universities, the colleges and local charities being one. We are still a very unequal, if not the most unequal city in the UK, and we are also a growing city, a city of innovation with international links and attracting people from across the globe. My two charities, I've become involved with many more and fully support our work with partners to establish a social impact investment fund. I've met key players who I have to say that I'm hoping to continue to meet. I am today foregoing several invitations, not least to view the King's College Chapel void and the solar panels on the roof. I would like to also thank the great support from the Civic Office, from Gary Clift's guidance and detailed knowledge, ably taken on by Dan Calais, to Kathy, Sean and Mel's good humour and hard work, and everybody across Democratic Services. And also our civic events team now supporting our formal civic events. They know how much work I've given them as the mayor's role has come fully back after the pandemic and lockdown. We've built up knowledge and systems together which will ensure we have a working, modern mayoralty going forward. I also want to thank my team of cohorts, Hazel, Saba, Nick, and the most recent addition, Councillor Dinah Pounds, and of course my chaplain, Rev Dave Marr. I will now answer I will now ask Council to consider recommendations by the Civic Affairs Committee, which was on the 13th of May 2024, to confer the Honorary Freedom of the City of Cambridge upon HMS Protector. A separate agenda has been sent out to councillors. I do want to say a few words about this. It is my great pleasure to bring this nomination to Council and to the AGM. Granting the freedom of the city is not done lightly, and this has taken a good number of years to bring to Council. HMS Protector is a research ship, so although we are most definitely not on the coast, Cambridge has very strong links with their work via the Scott Polar Institute and the British Antarctic Survey. HMS Protector's mission, supporting research on wildlife and climate change in polar regions, supports what we as a council are very aware of and hope to mitigate here, working to net zero. I want to thank Councillor Russ McPherson and Councillor Davey for all their work and support in bringing this forward. This is where online video meetings are a great boon. Meeting Ronnie here in Cambridge and the captain when he was in the Arctic on Zoom. I also want to thank the representatives from HMS Protector for attending today. So I will now ask for a vote on the recommendation. So can we go to the vote, please? I better say 2/3 of those present must vote in support for it to be carried. Hang on, I haven't voted. Excuse me. I seem to have a problem with my screen, so I don't think I voted yet. Apologies for the delay here. However, we have a 2/3 majority with, at the moment, 36 votes in favour. This is a bit odd though. Something is coming up not quite right, but we do have a majority in favour with so we have 36 votes in favour. May I just ask the council chamber to signify their agreement? Aha, it's coming up now. This doesn't look quite right. I'm going to ask for a show of hands, please. And we have a unanimous vote in favour, so thank you for that. Technology has worked very well when talking to HMS Protector, but it seems to have failed us a little here, but fortunately we have our limbs. Members, I will now ask Council to consider the recommendation to appoint former Councillor Tim Ward as Honorary Councillor. Are there any speakers? Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, because I realise that many people will not know of former Councillor Tim Ward. He represented Outgoing from 2000 to 2014. He was chair of the Environment Scrutiny Committee for many years and ultimately was Executive Councillor for Planning and Sustainable Transport. And I think most notably led the formative work for the current local plan. I know that he would be very proud and happy if the council was to support this recommendation.
Thank you. If there are no other speakers, I will now ask for a vote on the recommendation. And again, this is another 2/3 majority vote. And it appears everything is working now. I'm aware the screen isn't working, but please do try it. If we can vote on your little screens. Okay. We have one councillor whose screen is not working. Is there anybody else who's got that problem? Okay, I'm going to ask for a show of hands then, please. And that again is carried unanimously. Thank you. So this concludes the business of the extraordinary meeting. And before we begin the annual council meeting, I do want to say that I have representatives of my charities here. I know we'll have representatives, I think, of the new mayor, a mayor about to be elected's charities. But I just want to say we have people from the Red Hen Project here, and we also have people from Parkinson's UK, Cambridge, I think, who are my charities. So thank you for coming. Anyway, the annual council meeting. So agenda item 1 is the election of the mayor. For the first item on the agenda, I call for nominations for the office of mayor for the ensuing municipal year. Councillor Simon Smith will move that Councillor Baiju Titala be elected mayor for the ensuing municipal year.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Baiju was born in Kerala, and he spent his childhood working in the paddy fields with his father. But as he grew older, so did his ambitions to become both a lawyer and a politician. At the age of 18, he needed to support his family, and he went to work in the tea room. As he was older, he looked for better opportunities, and he moved to Delhi, where he worked in garment export companies. And as a field boy, carrying heavy goods and materials on his shoulders to the third floor buildings. So perhaps it was the muscles from heavy lifting, but whatever it was, Ansi was impressed and fell in love and made Baiju her husband. So in 2004, Ansi and Baiju migrated to the UK, Ansi working as a nurse and Baiju as a care assistant looking after elderly people. But he had to realise that ambition to become a lawyer, and he studied for A-levels at Cambridge Regional College. He graduated in 2013 at ARU with a degree in law, and in 2019 finally qualified as a solicitor. At last year's AGM, I mentioned that Baiju is a criminal defence solicitor. And a few days later, he came to me and said, a few opposition members have asked me if I could help them. And I'm assuming he meant with their casework. So Baiju's life in community activism and politics started as a member of the Indian Workers Association, running employment awareness sessions for South Indian communities across the country. And he ran a successful campaign against the disproportionate and discriminatory English language standard requirements for non-EU nurses. In 2018, he was elected as councillor for East Chesterton. He served as the lead councillor for Inequalities, vice chair of licensing, chair of housing scrutiny, and most recently as deputy mayor. Baiju is dedicated to supporting and serving the community, but not just in the fight for a fairer society for underprivileged people, but also to repay the support that the community has given him when he first arrived in this country and in Cambridge. So it's my honour to nominate Baiju as the city's first Asian mayor of Cambridge City Council. Please join me in wishing Baiju and Nancy a happy and successful year in this office. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Moore will second the nomination.
Sorry, still new glasses wearer. I'm very honoured to be able to second the nomination for Councillor Beju Thitala to be the Civic Mayor of Cambridge for this council year 2024 to 25. As has been very well covered by my comrade, Baiju has been an active member of his community, representing not just the local residents in East Chesterton who elected him, but also the many people in need who struggle to find a voice or representation in local and national political discourse. Still to this day, Councillor Thitala is contacted by nurses from across the UK who are thankful for the motion passed by this council and the advocacy of Councillor Thitala, who represented people who've travelled from all over the world to work as nurses and midwives in our NHS. He spoke up for them to the Nursing and Midwifery Council regarding their testing of English language skills. This work has also enabled more people already settled in the UK and working in health and social care to train to be nurses, helping them to develop and progress professionally, but also providing the NHS with much needed skilled workers. Little did we know, when Councillor Thitala put himself forward to be the Mayor of Cambridge, quite how quickly he would have the opportunity to be the Mayor of this city under a new government with a new plan for Britain. Building much needed homes, as we know very well in this city, clean, sustainable energy, bringing the NHS back from the brink, and something that our residents here in Cambridge will agree we need desperately, funding new neighbourhood policing and PCSOs with a plan to tackle antisocial behaviour, which is something that Councillor Thitala has been working with his residents on. The Tories have left our country in such a mess, and it won't be easy or quick to fix, but the age of austerity is in its dying days, and I think that Britain and Cambridge will be celebrating that from the rafters. And there to represent Cambridge City Council will be Councillor Baiju Thitala, visiting groups and organisations across the city who represent the very best of our city. What a year it's going to be for Councillor Baiju Thitala and for all of us here to see him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Are there any other nominations? No. So I declare Councillor Baiju Thitala Mayor of the City of Cambridge for the ensuing municipal year 2024 to 25, and I would like to welcome him as our first Mayor of Colour and from South Asia. We will now adjourn the meeting while we change over. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite the Chief Executive to make the formal declaration.
I, Baijuthi Talavarki, having been elected to the office of the Mayor of Cambridge City Council, I declare that I take all office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfill the duties of it according to best of my judgment and ability. Dear fellow councillors, it's my honor to be the first colored person elected as the Mayor of Cambridge. My journey from Kerala to where I am now is a story of struggle and financial hardship. It was my dream, even as a teenager, to be a politician and a lawyer. But due to my background and circumstances, I had to drop my education and work as early as at the age of 18. I started doing labor work in Kerala around the age of 18, and then moved to Delhi looking for better opportunities. But with my little education, it was difficult for me to secure a decent job where I get a decent wage. In Delhi, I could not tell you all the jobs what I have done. But even when I had nothing to eat, when I was struggling to survive, in my mind, I wanted to be a lawyer and a politician, knowing that it was practically impossible. I was ambitious, even on those hardships. Maybe that hope and ambition might have persuaded my wife, Ansi, to fall in love with me. And she was a nurse in Delhi, and we married. She migrated to Britain, so I followed her. My beginning in Britain were working in care homes, looking after our elderly people in Cambridge. I then returned to my studies with very little hope, because I wasn't sure how I was going to complete this. With two little children and living in a private rented house. However, somehow I have successfully completed my access to higher education at Cambridge Regional College. And then I was offered a place at Anglia Ruskin University to do full-time law course. You can imagine studying full-time, working part-time with two little children, along with my political activism. Indeed, it was a struggle. I still remember those days when my children telling me that Daddy, always you have exams when we have holidays. I don't want to delve into my financial hardship on those periods. While doing my master's at University of East Anglia, Norwich, Alphonse, my younger son, was born. And he was always out canvassing with me on all political activities. And Councillor Jerry Bird sometimes very eager to have him accompanied Jerry Bird for canvassing sessions. And I completed my post-graduation at the University of East Anglia, Norwich. Later, I qualified as a solicitor. In 2018, I was elected as a councillor for East Chesterton, although I lost the very next election. I am someone who cannot easily accept defeat. That may be the life I have lived. Then Labour Party fielded me again in East Chesterton, where I won the election. I was elected as the Deputy Mayor last year, and now I have the privilege of being the first colored mayor in Cambridge since King John's Charter in 1207 granted the right to elect a mayor. I have to thank my wife, Ansi, and my daughter, Anna, my son, Alan, and of course, Alphonse. Ansi wouldn't sleep when I had exams. She would wake up early in the morning and help me to get ready, and she would take leave until I complete my exams. Of course, I thank my parents, my late father, Papachan Titala, and my mother, Alice Titala, and my brother, Jiju Varghese, and Jinimol Jayesh. I cannot emphasize enough how much I should thank my brother-in-law and his brother, Paul St. John, for comforting me when I was facing troubles in my life. I thank my paternal uncle, James Titala, Joseph Titala, and my only maternal aunt, Alice Joy, and my maternal aunt, Thankama and Lizama. I have to thank Carla McQueen, who stood next to me throughout my initial years of being a counselor. Needless to say, the help and support by Jerry Bird. Above all, Louis Herbert. A mere thank you would not be enough to appreciate the way he had helped me to step the basic years of my political life in Cambridge. And of course, Daniel Seisner. And my friend, Mr. Raju Chavra, who is sitting here with us all the way, have come from Norwich, who helped me during my studies like a brother. I want to thank all the Cambridge Malayali community who have helped me during my canvassing sessions. I have to say a few words about my comrade who has passed away a few years ago, Jayan Kurimothil. And I'm sure Councillor Jerry would remember him. He was always with me out during canvassing sessions and all my political activities. I am sure, Jayan, you are here watching this moment. And I have to thank my comrade, colleague, James Yude, and Kenny Fred, and Ben Maniak, and my campaign organizer, mighty Alan Cooley. Of course, Father Matthew George Vandanakunan. He was someone who was consoling me when I was in tears, when I was in trouble, whatever it was. I would like to thank all my colleagues working in my firm, especially the director of the firm who is here with us, Laurie Marks, who allowed me or helped me to all my political activities within the schedule. Thank you very much, Laurie. And of course, ANSY's manager, who is here with us, Ms. Jan. She would accommodate ANSY's work according to my schedule. Thank you, Jan. I don't know what we would have done without you helping her. And I thank my friend Biju, Mapakle Anthony, Gio Sebastian, and my friend who has come all the way from Ireland, Emmy Sebastian. Above all, I thank you all councillors, all politicians who have helped me and helped and support me during my political journey. Now, my mayoral theme for the municipal year 2024-25, deep diversity, inclusivity, and pluralism. And my charities. I have chosen my first charity, the Street Aid Charity. The reason for the selection of Street Aid Charity as my first charity, because I myself have suffered homelessness, and I know the pain and sorrows and struggles of being homeless. And at times when I'm in courtroom, I had to be a silent spectator, witnessing the trauma and pain of my clients who were sent to prison because they did not have a place to stay. And I want to help those suffering by supporting Street Aid Charity. And my second charity is Give Us a Lift, which is raising funds for Cancer Hospital in Cambridge. This particular charity is predominantly run by the immigrant community in and around Cambridge. And of course, my chaplain, Father Simon Beasley, at my parish at St. Lawrence Church, Milton Road. Thank you very much for being my chaplain. And in conclusion, thank you very much for all the support and all that help that has been offered to me in my political journey. I'm looking forward to working with you all. Thank you. Now, agenda item 2, appointment of deputy mayor. I call for nominations for the appointment of deputy mayor. Councillor Sam Carling will move that the Councillor Diana Pons will be appointed deputy mayor for the ensuing year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations. Yes, I move that Diana Pounds be elected as deputy mayor.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Jerry Bird will second the motion.
Congratulations, Mayor. Yes, I second the motion for Dinah to be our Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for Deputy Mayor? So I declare Councillor Diana Pons as the Deputy Mayor of City of Cambridge for ensuing municipal year 2024 to 25. Now, moving to agenda item.
I now invite the Chief Executive to invite the Deputy Mayor to make the formal declaration.
So I, Dinah Pounds, having been elected to the office of Deputy Mayor of Cambridge City Council, I declare that I take office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability.
Now, move on to agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. May I approve as the correct record of the minutes of the meeting of council held on 15th and 29th February 2024. A copy of the minutes can be found in the agenda starting page 13. I take it as it's agreed. Now, agenda item 4, to note the returning officer's report that the following have been elected to the officer of the councillor. I would like to warmly welcome new and elected city councillors who won the seats at the local elections held on 2nd May. That councillors Naomi Bennett, Patrick Cheal, Antoinette Nestor, Mark Aston, Tim Griffin, Jerry Bird, Jenny Gothropwood, Tim Bick, Heath Clow, sorry, apologies for wrong pronunciation, I did try, but Imi Blackburn Hogan, David Bagent, Nadia Loktomotova, Sam Carling. Welcome and congratulate those re-elected. I am sure on behalf of us all, I place on record thanks to former councillors for their contributions to the work of the great council and the city. Agenda item 5. Resolution of thanks to outgoing mayor. We now move to the resolution of thanks. I ask Councillor Anna Smith to move the motion.
Right, there we are. Firstly, Mr. Mayor, I want to be one of the first to congratulate you, and I really look forward to seeing everything I know you're going to be achieving this year, and congratulations to you and to our new Deputy Mayor, Councillor Pounds, as well. I have the huge honour, Mr. Mayor, of proposing a vote of thanks for our outgoing Mayor, Councillor Jenny Gawthorpe-Wood. I can't see where she's sitting. Oh, there she is. Actually, this should be an easy task, but actually it's really hard because I want to do Jenny justice. And that's really difficult to do in a short speech. I remember when I was council leader first talking with Jenny about her putting herself forward as mayor. And I knew as I spoke to her then that she was going to champion our residents, especially the least privileged, and that she was going to show all of us just how effective civic leadership could be in the right hands. And my goodness, I was right. She's met with so many community groups, both in the parlour here and around the whole city. She's taken part in flash mobs for her charities and danced with Strictly Stars, I believe, to celebrate the opening of our wonderful new Meadows Centre, Jenny being a very accomplished dancer on the side. She wanted me particularly to mention that she'd had the chance to meet some really interesting and unexpected people, such as Bianca Jagger, and of course you met the Queen as well. She gave the mayoral chains so much use, they nearly ended up falling in the Winter Comfort Christmas dinner. Maybe I shouldn't say that in front of whoever was in charge of the chains. She spearheaded a programme of meetings with university leaders and college heads, really leading the work on building bridges so that we can all work together as a city to serve our city. And she has done absolutely everything she can to promote social justice and equality. And she really has become a voice of residents over the year. Like many councillors, I've probably lost track of the number of messages from Jenny this year, which started with, I was at this event and a resident said to me, always followed then by a request for action or support. And that's testament to how clear it is for everyone who meets Jenny that she's not only incredibly intelligent, incredibly determined, incredibly kind, but that she has a heart for everyone she meets and a passion for serving our community, and that really shines through. It's, of course, also testament to Jenny that when I asked her if there was anything particular I should mention, one of the first things she did was give me a rundown of the things she hadn't had time to do but would have liked to. Her self-reflection, her dedication means that she's never satisfied, and that's why she's been such an amazing mayor, because she's always pushing herself harder. But Jenny, please know this. You should be absolutely more than satisfied with everything you've done this year, because you have been an exceptional mayor. And I have to say, no pressure, Mr. Mayor, but Jenny has set an incredibly high bar for this role for the years to come. Jenny, this is your mayoralty that you've gone through in the last year. You've done it on your terms and you've made it your own so brilliantly. There are quite a few previous mayors in the room, and I know they will have been cheering you on all year. And I know that one particular previous mayor, Gus, who is not with us today, would have been cheering the loudest of all, certain in the knowledge that head office had absolutely delivered for the city that she loves. Thank you, Jenny, from all of us and from all the people of our city.
I call on Councillor Mike Davey to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and likewise, many congratulations. It's a privilege to serve for you. Over the years, we've had some really exceptional mayors, all of whom bring something different, something special, and it feels like it's only a blink in the eye since Councillor Ashton was the mayor last year, our very own man in chains and man in shorts. Jenny had a very hard act to follow, but follow she did, and I have to say, quite exceptionally. Not least because certainly in our household, she created huge moments of jealousy when my wife saw you dancing with Johannes, which I have to say might in many respects be the highlight in most people's years, including my own, I have to say. Anyway, not only did you raise money successfully for Parkinson's and Red Hen, but you also showed what a community champion can be. But more than that, I think, Jenny, you were able to show what a great civic functionary can achieve. You brought the community together. Your focus, as Anna's already indicated, was relentless. You worked with all members of your communities, and by that I mean communities throughout the city, the very different communities. And for me, the special memory I'll have for what you achieved was the work you did bringing together communities, colleges, and the charities. The work you did with Sunita Lane from Jesus was quite exceptional. And to have the meeting in this chamber, 6 weeks ago, when you had masters talking to charities, talking to the community, was quite the best symbol I can possibly imagine of what you've achieved in your time as mayor. So quite simply, thank you. You've been a credit. Your generosity has been outstanding, and it's been a privilege to serve for you. Thank you.
I understand Councillor Bennett has also wished to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I can't be the first to congratulate you, but may I be the first Green to congratulate you on your new appointment. And we look forward to hearing more about your focus on ending inequality and inclusion. Now, I don't always make a speech in praise of the outgoing mayor. I only say that for the ones I really sort of admire. Everywhere I've been last year, Jenny has popped up. Whether it's at Cambridge Community Volunteer Service meetings, at our village fair in Abbey, or at other events throughout the city. It's not where's Wally, it's where's Jenny. She literally has been everywhere. And so we have again tried to think of a special present to commemorate Jenny's exceptional mayoralty. We thought of several things, and eventually we decided that after a year of continually wearing her chain, she was going to miss it. So we've got a new one. So I will just come over and present it to you, Jenny, if you'll allow me a few moments to do so.
It's a suffragette medal. I will wear this with pride.
Councillor Huck also want to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations to your election as well. I would like to join the concert of thanks to Councillor Gothrop Wood for her year as Cambridge's mayor. And I'm doing this in the name of the whole Dem group in this chamber. Over the last year, we have always known that we could count on a calm, fair, and even-handed mayor to steer us through our democratic debates. And in this year, we have experienced a few changes. So the electronic voting system was introduced just before Councillor Gothrop Wood became mayor. And maybe this is not the best day to mention it, but I think she's perfected it over the year. The number of political parties has increased, but I read somewhere that Councillor Gothrop Wood used to work as a statistician, so she should not have a problem keeping track of the numbers, at least approximately. And we must acknowledge that being a mayor, of course, means a lot of additional commitments on top of the usual council business and committee work. And she even had to fight her own re-election campaign on top of that, which was successful. So on this occasion, congratulations to that as well. And to me, personally, nothing demonstrated her commitment as a mayor to the whole of Cambridge better than when she came all the way from the north to the south in Trumpington, where I met her at the Baha'i New Year celebration at the Clay Farm Centre. So this was very appreciated by the whole community. So congratulations again to a successful year as a mayor. We are happy that we can continue our debates with you, just from a different perspective. And I cannot really say it anymore, but I'll just do it one more time. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
May I ask Councillor Gothrop would like to respond to the motion?
Somehow or other, I had missed this bit out in the agenda. So I'm just going to say thank you to everybody who supported me over the year. Thank you for your kind words from the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, and of course to my own colleagues on the Labour group. So thank you very much for your support. There has been a lot of support over the year. It is busy, that's how it should be. I also want to thank, we've got members of my late husband's family, and of course I mentioned my consorts, Nick Gawthrop over there, my brother-in-law, and my chaplain, and then Hazel, Zaba Alahi, Hazel Ma, and and Dinah Pounds, who've also helped me over the year. So thank you to all of them for supporting me. I've had lots of support from other people. The house and the garden is a bit of a mess, but somehow or other my allotment and my garden has managed to sort of, well, it's a bit of a jungle at the moment, but I know that I'm still going to be busy. We've got a very busy year coming up, I'm sure. And good luck to Councillor Thitala. Congratulations. So thank you, everybody.
Agenda item 6, Mayor's announcement. The moot sermon will take place at Holy Trinity Church on Sunday, the 26th May at 9:30 a.m. For further information, you may contact Kathy Brown. Midsummer Fair proclamation will take place on Wednesday, the 19th June. Kathy will be sending out details to councillors shortly. And apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Flubbert, Payne, Shield, and Councillor Swift. Are there any further apologies? Agenda item 7, declaration of interest. Do members have any interest to declare? Yep. Naomi Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I'm bringing a motion on disability rights this afternoon, I think I should declare that I am a member of Disability Rights UK and a member of the Local Government Association Disability Champions Network, who have come up with that motion. Thank you.
Councillor,
Yeah, I'm a member of the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign. Thanks.
yeah, Councillor Howard. Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during the debate. Agenda item 8, election of bailiff. I have nominations to the vacancies for bailiff. They are Councillors Ron Thorpe-Wood, Councillor Dryden, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Backbone Hogan, and Councillor Martinelli. Does the council agree to these appointments? Thank you. That concludes the ceremonial part of the meeting. Would members and guests please wait in the chamber while I make my way to the large hall to greet you. We shall adjourn for 1 hour. We'll be back in 1 p.m. Welcome back. Now we move on to agenda item 9, election of the leader of the council. I call for nominations for leader of the city council. Councillor Alice Gilderdale will nominate Councillor Mike.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Mike Davey for leader of the council.
Thank you. Councillor Jerry Bird will second the nomination.
Yes, I'll be seconding Councillor Davey. Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any other nominations? And I declare Councillor Mike Davey is elected leader of the council. Agenda item 10, recommendations of committees for adoption. Item 10A, committees appointed for 2024 to 2025 and nominations of the chairs and vice chairs for 2024 to 2025. The appointments of committees and chairs and vice chairs are shown in the agenda from page number 45 and updated in the information pack from page 9. Members, please note that there are 2 nominations for vice chair for the planning committee. As such, we will need to take a vote on each nomination separately. Is there a debate on this? Councillor Macpherson, as the chair of the Civic Affairs Committee, has the right to reply. Do you have anything to respond?
I'm delighted to say I have nothing to say.
Thank you. And Councillor Macpherson, you have the, oh, sorry. Those councillors nominated to Planning Committee, Joint Development Control Committee, and Licensing Committee, please note the date of the training sent out from Kathy Brown, who is your contact if you have any queries. Members must attend training before taking part in decision on these committees. Members, before we move to the vote on all appointment and chairs and vice chairs, we need to have a separate vote on the vice chair position as there are 2 nominations. Firstly, we vote on Councillor Porter as the vice chair of Planning Committee. We'll now move the electronic voting. The voting results are 15 for and 20 against and 1 abstention. Therefore, this motion is defeated. Members, as that was not successful, we will now move on to the vote on Councillor Bajent as the Vice Chair of Planning Committee. Can we now move to the electronic voting? Now, there are 4, 22 and against, 5 and abstention 8. Therefore, it is agreed that Councillor Dave Bajan as the Vice Chair of the Planning Committee. Thank you. We will now move on to the vote on the rest of the appointment to the committees and chairs and vice chairs position. Is that all agreed? Noted. And yes. So, to make it clear, are we all agreed to the recommended list? Yeah, thank you. Now, agenda item 10C, governance review proposal. The recommendations are continued on page 61 within the agenda. Is there any debate on this? Yes, Councillor Pora, please.
Councillor Porra, I'm perfectly happy for you to go first.
My apologies, I think Councillor Young was before me as well, so I'm happy to wait.
Councillor Yang, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I was under the impression that someone from the Labour group would be proposing this first, and then I would be responding. I'm happy to go first.
Is taken as the proposal and the seconder. Now we move on to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I'm not proposing this. It's a recommendation from the committee.
Yes, so there's standard to be moved and seconded, so now we move on straight into the debate.
Oh, I see. So I'm starting the debate. Beg your pardon, right. Okay. So we are considering a change to our governance system that is really long overdue. As a relatively new councillor with experience in another council, I can give you my impressions of Cambridge City Council as compared to somewhere else. I have found that there is a respectful and collegiate culture here, which is incredibly valuable and works to the benefit of the city. There's opportunity for input from the opposition, enables the council to operate in a manner that is more inclusive and in tune to the needs of our community. However, there is little opportunity for effective scrutiny. The so-called scrutiny committees usually result in questions being directed towards officers rather than the political leadership of the council, although that is possible. And so I do think that there needs to be a change. I think it's useful to understand how we got here. Cambridge historically used to operate a committee system, but when the law changed in 2000, forcing councils to adopt the leader cabinet model, we were forced to change, but we went for a model that is as close as possible to a committee system while still following the letter of the law. And we currently retain the benefits of that system. The fact that most councils still have a leader cabinet model is more due to inertia and the press of other priorities than a positive vote in favour of this model. The most compelling advantage of a committee system is perhaps that it enables enhanced democratic participation. There are specialist committees on which a large group of councillors from all elected members of the council can sit. It enables all these voices to be heard and allows a diverse range of people to provide input. Contrast that with a leader cabinet model where only a small group of about 7 councillors know what's going on and have input into the decision making. In fact, the leader cabinet model is designed to exclude these other voices in the name of speeding up decision making. In this system, there is no voice for backbenchers or opposition. A committee system allows members to build up specialisations in an area that interests them, housing, for example. It deepens the expertise of members and improves decision-making as they are more informed and have a better in-depth knowledge of the issues. Contrast this with a leader cabinet model where backbenchers and opposition have no input at all. A committee promotes a culture of collaboration and collegiality. Councillors of all stripes are required to work together, which fosters constructive dialogue, compromise, and the building of consensus. We have heard a great deal in the governance discussions that culture is all important. I think we have a good culture here at Cambridge, and I'm extremely concerned that we maintain this. We should choose a governance model that supports this, and I fear that the leader cabinet model encourages the opposite. The only way for the opposition to have a voice is to challenge decisions, which is immediately a more confrontational way of proceeding. Backbenchers have no input at all. I have some experience of a change of model. In St Albans, where I was previously a councillor, we inherited a leader cabinet model from the Conservatives. Cabinet meetings were a breeze. There was no opposition on the cabinet, so we knew in advance that all decisions were going to go through. We tried to have some discussions so that the public would understand the decision, but there were no challenging voices there. On the other hand, scrutiny meetings were tough and antagonistic and delayed implementation of decisions. We changed to a committee system and we're very happy with the change. I understand that the aim is to remain cost neutral in making this change. Cost arises from having meetings and producing reports. And officers are obviously in favour of streamlining their work, which benefits us all. I'm delighted that Labour is keen on effective scrutiny, and I heartily agree with them that this improves decision-making. However, to be effective, scrutiny needs to be led by the opposition, and they need the independence and ability or power to decide what to scrutinise and the power to request reports from officers. I fear that the reduced amount of workload that Labour and officers are anticipating will not materialise. I urge this Council not to accept this recommendation and ask the Governance Committee to think again. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Pora, you have 3 minutes to do.
Okay, thank you very much. I share the views of Councillor Young about this proposal. It's terrible. I do accept that our processes and governance can be improved, of course, but I do find this paper is incorrect in supporting a cabinet model. The governance review did not advocate a cabinet system over a committee one, and you have here, in Councillor Young, someone who's actually worked as an executive councillor in that model, and she is saying clearly that committees are better for scrutiny and are more democratic. This is Cambridge. It's a city of debate and reasoned argument where residents do engage with public questions. We've got lots today. And backbench councillors are on your side, and I would like to think opposition on our side, take our roles very seriously in making good policy. The only reason a committee doesn't work is when the ruling group decides not to engage and just vote, whipping, but not even listening to the debate, which is not something we do on our side. We listen and we do change our views quite often. As the report states, structures do not make good governance, people do. And my concern is if we move to cabinet, this will make it worse. I don't give much weight to promises of prior scrutiny, because if you can't vote on them, what's the point? I've been so proud to be part of a council where our tenants chair housing committee, and they can vote on the decisions, and they can vote us down if they want to, whoever's in the ruling group, and they have done in the past. They have a voice. But Cabinet will shut this down completely. And I know, obviously, someone will come back and say, well, we'll make an advisory committee. But that's an advisory committee. It's not got any rights, it's not got any vote, and it's the voting that counts. I know it is really tempting, if I'm in power, and in your case you're in power, to want more power, more streamlining. But this sounds so much more like something I'd expect from the Tories, who want to shut down debate, who want to mute disagreement. This isn't a way to govern longer term. The opposition spokes roles, and I've held a few, is a training ground. It gives, for example, it gives me full officer access. I have to vote. I have to move amendments. We've seen that on Housing Committee. So I have to put my money where my mouth is and justify what I'm doing. I can't just sit on the sidelines and carp. I need to show that I can cost it and defend it. And we would lose that with the cabinet system. If power changed hands tomorrow, I know it won't, it'd be nice, I think I'd be well equipped to take over, and we're letting our city down if we don't keep that training up. As Councillor Young said, it's a way of streamlining, it was meant to save resources, this is now cost neutral. And you know whoever's in opposition is going to call everything into scrutiny, so there won't be any saving in my view. I really hope that those on the Labour benches will vote with your conscience today. I don't know how you're going to vote, but I would really hope that this is a crucial decision about the future of our city. And in this paper, there's nothing concrete and just some waffle. So I would really like to continue with the committee system with improvements to ensure everyone's voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Bennett, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to say that we only have one councillor in this room. Sorry, I think that's actually me. It's so rare that I actually get a phone and even turn my phone on, so I'm really, really sorry about this. Okay. What I want to say is that Councillor Young's knowledge of the committee system and ability to compare those systems is unparalleled. We must give her views serious weight. I cannot speak from personal knowledge of the committee system, but I can speak from knowledge of the corporate world, which has been where I've lived for the last 40 years. Everywhere in boardrooms and executive boards around the UK, people are turning their back on the old-fashioned master commander styles of leadership. They are embracing more collaborative models. They are learning how to do more consultation. Numbers of directors and stakeholder directors are increasing as we move to more collaborative styles of working. Why are we all doing this? Because collaborative and consensual decisions are proven to be better decisions. There is not one business school in the country that will argue with that. So what I would plead is, yes, we have a need for improvement. Yes, we have a need for change. But the most effective way to do that is always to work within your existing structures and change culture, and then only then change the structures. Once you have established what cannot be changed from cultural change. I also want to add that I do feel that we have some problems as a council in the city in terms of how we are perceived. I think there's a real feeling of democratic deficit and distrust. It might not be caused by our council, perhaps, but the actions of GCP, which have not been received well. But at the moment, what we need to do is increase engagement rather than distance representatives of half the city from it. So, like Councillor Young, I urge you to vote this down. Thank you.
Councillor Tong, you have 3 minutes to talk.
Actually, all my points were really touched on by Councillor Bennett, so I'll just pass.
Councillor Carling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And forgive me for not speaking first on this item. I was expecting an officer introduction to the report there. I'd like to start by clarifying what we're voting on today, first of all. We're voting on whether to progress with designing a new governance model based on the leader and cabinet framework. That is not the same as a final decision to go down that route. Now, it's fair to say that if we do go ahead today, we would be likely to take that decision. But if we do go down the route of designing a model under that framework, and we somehow find it's completely unworkable and doesn't meet our needs as a council, there is a way out down the line. I don't believe that will happen, as the benefits of the leader and cabinet system for all parties are huge, hence why 90% of the country's authorities use it, including our adjacent council run by the Liberal Democrats. I don't see if any opposition to it over in that council, perhaps I'm wrong. Our current governance system is quite frankly not fit for purpose. Let's be clear about what currently happens. Decision papers are worked up by officers in consultation with executive councillors and in line with the administration's political direction. Each political group then discusses them in private and come to a view on them, then we resolve it through the relevant scrutiny committee. I say that reluctantly, as those committees are not conducting true scrutiny, or indeed we resolve it through full council with members of groups broadly voting the same way. Under a committee system, which is clearly favoured by the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, that would basically carry on, with committee chairs taking over the role of policy leadership that executive councillors currently play. It would not be like how regulatory committees run. It is essentially a worse version of what we already do and retains some of the worst qualities of our governance process. It is the leader and cabinet system that would provide a real change and give us much stronger governance. Cabinet members would make decisions collectively rather than individual executive councillors making them, which provides an immediate boost in oversight and promotes a more cross-cutting view of how policies and services function across the council. Decision-making would be faster, more agile, and more transparent. Most importantly of all, we would have true scrutiny. One scrutiny committee, or most likely several, with the exact configuration yet to be determined, would be empowered to run deep dives into existing and proposed council policy with the support of dedicated scrutiny officers to ensure that there is a solid evidence base behind what we're doing and provide an incredibly valuable contribution to proposing new ideas. In many councils, scrutiny committees serve as one of the key backbones where ideas are generated and bring so many benefits in facilitating policy leadership from all councillors. All parties on this council would benefit hugely from having that here. The comments being made by opposition groups saying that a cabinet system would shut down cross-party discussions are just not correct. The debate just moves across to the scrutiny committees, where it is at the moment, but where it will be more empowered to actually drive change, as there will be time between the scrutiny committee and the cabinet meeting that makes a final decision. And I'm sorry to hear of Councillor Young's poor experience of the system in another council, but we are in a position here to design a system that works for us in a cross-party way and listening to your experience and that of others. What Councillor Young was just describing about the opposition having a clear role in scrutiny is exactly what would happen under a cabinet system. Councillor Pora made some comments there about tenant representatives and also claimed that this system has to shut down the critical voice that they provide. Nobody suggested that. We're in an early stage of designing a system, and I, for one, am very keen to see that continue. Similarly, what Councillor Pora was raising just now about ensuring opposition members are able to upskill and effectively shadow the ruling group can be retained in the system that we design. I have offered to meet both the Liberal Democrats and the Greens to discuss their concerns, as some of them seem pretty deeply misinformed, suggestions that people will be shut out of debate being chief among those. Unfortunately, neither group has taken up my offer of a meeting thus far. Councillors Bennett and Bick will find emails from me on the 13th of May, which neither has taken the time to reply to. The offer remains open, and I hope they will take it up. There's another one after the one you did reply to, Councillor Bennett. For the reasons I laid out earlier, I'm pleased to support the recommendations in this paper and look forward to working across the chamber, should this pass, to deliver a better governance system for all of us.
Thank you. And Councillor Mike Davey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not doubting Councillor Young's knowledge at all. Unparalleled is probably the word I would say, because I think we've all probably got a number of experiences elsewhere. Certainly when I first started in government 35 years ago, I'd experienced both committee and scrutiny and cabinet models and all sorts in between. What I found is it's not actually the model that's the key. It's, as Councillor Carling referred to, it's how the model is implemented. So I've seen dreadful examples of the committee structure. I've also seen dreadful implementations of the cabinet structure. So the issue, the work, the key is how we actively work together to plan that model. That's the important thing, which is why for the last 18 months, and I'd want to congratulate Councillor Smart for his work in engaging all parties in trying to make sure we come up with an effective solution. And I think that should continue. I think I go back to what Councillor Carling has indicated is the point of this, is to basically move to the next step. It's not to say we're going to do a cabinet model, and why would we implement a bad cabinet model just out of interest when both Councillor Bennett and Councillor Bick will be involved in planning it? That doesn't make much sense to me. So what we're doing is taking to the next step. It's about trying to move forward because, and this is the contradiction I feel in the opposition statements, if the current system's not working, and I have to say it's not a committee system, because if we wanted to, as I understand it, we could just switch straight to cabinet system. So it's not a committee system. So therefore, what we need to do is to enhance the model. To stop it now would be crazy, because it means that after 2 years having been told by the CFGS that we had to move on, you're trying to stop it. This, again, seems to be a slightly odd way of going forward. The final thing I'd say is about scrutiny and backbenchers. Again, Councillor Carling's referred to this. If you want genuine challenge, if you want genuine discussion, you have to improve the scrutiny elements. And the current position of scrutiny is whereby people turn up, get whipped, vote, and go away again. And if you're really saying that's an excellent model for the future, I have to say I'm slightly puzzled. So I would urge you to accept the proposals as outlined in the current statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davy. Now, Councillor Tom.
I'm leading on the next local plan and working collaboratively with South Cams. And we've got a really good planning service. And I think the way we have progressed consultation working together has been really good. And I think it's an achievement. The city working with South Cams and where we've still got a long way to go. So the South Cams have a cabinet system, and that is the closest cabinet system that I've seen. And I've spoken to my counterpart in the Lib Dem counterpart in South Cams about how they run that and how they deal with issues regarding the local plan, and particularly regarding things like climate crisis and biodiversity crisis, because it's a priority for the local plan, but it's also a priority across many aspects of the council, across every aspect of the council and the way we live. And it's interesting. I've learned a lot from talking to the Lib Dems there about how they've run their cabinet system and how they can have a real focus on climate issue and biodiversity issues, which goes across every service and every cabinet individual. So that's the example I've seen, and I've got to learn more from that. But also in the scrutiny, the planning and transport scrutiny that I attend, I'm always grateful for the comments that opposition people have made either before the committee and in the committee. So we have to make decisions outside of the committee. I always make sure that the opposition have the papers in advance, and I'm grateful when comments are made, often very useful ones, and we incorporate them. And I think if we weren't to change anything, I think we could be improving scrutiny and how we work together. And as an executive, the way the chair of the scrutiny can lead the discussion and ask for things to come forward, which has happened in planning and transport, I think has been very positive. So just a few points, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Chair. So congratulations on your elevation. It couldn't have happened to a better person. As the leader has said, I chaired the cross-party governance reference group since it started in August 23. So through you, Mayor, this is politics with a capital P. It's a shame that Councillor Young didn't make the speech he just made, which was a very nice speech, in that group, which was a cross-party group where we were looking at models, considering options going forward. And Councillor Parr's speech, so she started in this council I remember the day when Councillor Parr first came to council saying that she wasn't interested in politics. She was here for other things, you know, doing good for residents, that kind of thing. But this is an eminently political speech. She called the leader and cabinet model terrible. I'll come back to that. So there are actually three different, I'll be brief by the way, three different types of governance available to us: the mayoral model, leader and cabinet, and committee system. So in terms of what was said earlier about 7 executive members or cabinet members, it's actually up to 10 that we can have in a cabinet or executive group. Obviously, the mayoral model concentrates power in basically one person, the mayor. The leader and cabinet model concentrates power in 10 people, who are then scrutinised by the overview and scrutiny panel of panels. And the committee system has power in a larger number of people. It depends on the number of committees. So I'm a great believer in industry standards. As many people know, it's an expression that I've used many, many times. I think it's a good way forward. It's good to be a leader, but it's also good to see what other people are doing. So in this industry that we have of councils, local authorities, over 90% of those councils used a leader and cabinet model, that middle model. I believe that is the most sensible way forward. So that's all I've got to say, Mayor. I think that it's good today to have this vote to look at that in more detail, and I look forward to seeing the results of that. Thank you, Mayor.
Does anyone else want to talk on this matter?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I've been in local government one way or another since 1979. Whether that's unparalleled experience, I don't know. But it's quite a long time. And I've worked for various councils, all under the committee system. And just briefly, I pretty much ran committees from 20 years, my 25-year career in local government. And I would agree an agenda with the chair. Chair never, ever changed the agenda that I put forward. And I wrote the reports with my colleagues and made recommendations, and the committees always accepted them. I was never really subject to any scrutiny whatsoever in that whole career. It was just like that. Very, very limited challenge. And when I sort of look at the remarks about St Albans District Council, I was employed by the LGA to work with the leading councillors, the leading group and opposition, to just see whether they could actually agree a way to prepare a local plan. And what we found was that the culture was so toxic, they just wouldn't be able to agree on anything, which is why over virtually a 20-year period, they never actually produced a new local plan. They just kept overturning each other's plans. And so I think that speaks to what's been said before in this chamber, which is actually it's culture that counts more than it does the structure. And if you have that commitment to make a structure work with culture, cultural commitment, then you can be very, very effective. The Centre for Governance Scrutiny has told us that our system is not as good as it could be. It's in fact, it's a unique system in the country, pretty much. It's a hybrid. So why are we right when 90% of all other councils have got the leader cabinet model? I think, it's a bit like when you have phone a friend or ask the people in the audience, what's the correct answer? And I think it's always the safest thing to do, which is to ask the audience, ask the crowd, isn't it? And 90% of them are saying, this is the correct way to do it. But what I'd say is that within all of this, whatever we have the outcome from this review, we on this side are absolutely committed to more effective scrutiny, because I believe that's the way we can make better, informed, evidence-based decisions, which is the best for the people we've been elected to serve. Thank you.
And I take that there is no one else want to talk on this. So in that case, Councillor McPherson, you have the right to reply if you wish to.
I have nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the voting. Now, the results are 22 for and 13 against and 1 abstention. Therefore, the motion has carried. Now, moving to agenda item 11, annual statements. I call on Councillor Mike Davies to speak for no more than 10 minutes on Labour Group's priorities for actions and objectives for the forthcoming municipal year. Following this, I'll call on Councillor Bick for Liberal Democrats Group and Councillor Bennett for the Green Group. Therefore, I call Councillor Mike Davey to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I look to the year ahead, I'd like to start off by offering some thanks, if that's okay with yourself. First of all, in the broadest sense, to thank all the officers of the City Council for all their work over the last 12 months. I hope they've been as amenable, I'm sure they've been as amenable to the opposition as they have to us, and the support personally that Robert Pollock has offered to the Council and his officers whilst undergoing significant change in terms of restructure is hugely welcome and for which we on this side are grateful. I think the one thing about the wonderful world of politics is I suspect the announcement made yesterday is perhaps something they're not grateful for because the electoral services will be rather busy again for the next 6 weeks, having thought they'd completed their tasks for the year. So I wish you well in the forthcoming discussions that I suspect you'll be having. I'd also like to start by welcoming back all those, or not just welcoming back, but welcoming all those who are elected to the Chamber at the last elections. There are some old, cherished faces that have returned, but perhaps specifically I'd like to thank and welcome Councillor Lochmatova and Councillor Clough to the Chamber, and I'm sure you'll serve your residents to the best of your abilities, and I look forward to having good debates with yourselves on a variety of things in the next 12 months. There's some farewells. I think it'd be sad to not recognise their departure. Sam Davis, who left us last year, who was an outstanding community advocate, and I'm still reading her tweets. She hasn't stopped, even if she may not be in this chamber. I'd also like to pay tribute to David Levine, whose departure, I have to say, is a sad loss. I first met David in one of my favourite establishments, the Champion of the Thames, for whom he happens to row, and his departure from the opposition benches is, I think, I have to say, something that I will personally miss. Yeah. And the work that I did with him in Clay Farm was something that I forever will appreciate. And finally, Lucy Nessinger, who I've known for many, many years, and although I suspect our paths will cross repeatedly over the coming months and year, nonetheless, she was an outstanding public servant, and her departure from the City Council is, I have to say, a sad thing. So I'd like to say thank you to all those colleagues who are no longer here in the chamber with us. As to the future, I have little doubt it's going to be an interesting and challenging 12 months. We've been elected on a manifesto for which we are very proud, and we were delighted, fairly obviously, to return without losing any seats, which clearly indicates to me that the city must be, on the whole, relatively content with how we manage the City Council. Our priorities for the next 12 months will be fourfold, well, fivefold in essence, but certainly four key ones, to protect and enhance local services. We are very proud of the work we've done to manage our budgets. We get the basics right properly because we can financially support that work after 12 years, 16 years, I don't know how many years it is, it feels like forever, of Tory austerity, which I hope will soon be coming to an end. 14 years, it was somewhere in the middle. But thank you so much to Councillor Smith for all his work on managing our finances. It's important because it enables us to do innovative things as a result. I'd also like to again record my thanks to Martin Smart for his work on governance, and I'm now glad we can move on to the next phase of that. It's about protecting and enhancing local services. You have to get the governance right. And I think particularly in this area, and it's talked about the finances we've managed to use, it's also about enhancing the city. And the work that we're now able to start taking forward on this place, on the market, on the Corn Exchange, and the leisure areas around the junction is something that I think will be of high priority and of high interest to the opposition benches over the next 12 months. Our second priority will never leave as long as the Labour Party is in charge, and that's about helping our residents in need. I think one of the things in the past year I've been particularly proud of is the work that Rachel's been involved in around sustainable food city. We're also pleased that our community wealth building programme is taking forward, and we remain a city of sanctuary, something that we believe on this side is hugely important. Thirdly, tackling climate and biodiversity emergencies. I think sometimes you forget things about what we're about. And this is really significant to us. And it will chime out again, I suspect, during the course of the afternoon. We are the second best performing council on green issues. Second best. Over district council, sorry. Well, thank you, colleagues, for reminding me. I don't know if there are other unitaries that do better than us, but nonetheless, I look forward here. But the second best, this is an astonishing achievement and reflects hugely on Councillor Moore's work over the last 4 or 5 years in how we go about trying to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. That will remain a huge and significant part of our work in the 12 months because there's so much more we can do. And part of that process will be the local plan, of which Katie Thornborough will be a core player in that. And we significantly must make sure, and again this might be echoed later on, about how the plan recognises the climate and biodiversity issues. Fourthly, building council homes and community. The head of population, this council builds more council homes than anywhere else in the country. And that does include unitary authorities. Yeah, we are a relatively small district council, albeit Cambridge being a special place. But that is a hell of an achievement. And we will continue that. We will continue to build sustainable green homes. And therefore, I look forward to the progress we make in Abbey, whereby we will be investing at least £100 million in the work for the city, approaching the needs of the most disadvantaged community in this city, and building a net gain of over 70 council properties in this city, in that area. This is to be applauded and something I particularly welcome, bearing in mind that I live in that ward. So therefore, I think this is an area that we're incredibly proud of, and therefore we would expect support to deliver against that objective. The next one on my list is about being a strong voice for this city. There's a number of things we've achieved, I think, over the past 12 months, particularly of note, is around advocating for East West Rail and the link to Newmarket. I think the discussions we've had with the Department of Environment and central government over starting to address, just teachy-weachy, but starting to address the water crisis in the city so we can continue to develop the city has been important. But perhaps most significant in the 12 months is undoubtedly going to be our work we do under 2050, regardless of whom is in power in 6 weeks' time. Cambridge is going to be at the heart of national regeneration. We know that. It's got to be. It's one of 3 net contributors across the UK. Therefore, if the country is to regenerate, Cambridge is going to be at the heart of that. But to make sure it's effective, we have to be part of that process. We have to represent our residents to make sure that jobs, new homes, council homes, and the community is adequately represented in those discussions. And I have little doubt, therefore, that this is going to be a hugely significant piece of work for us over the coming 12 months. The final thing to say is that we currently have a Labour City Council, we currently have a Labour Mayor. We're in joint administration with the Liberal Democrats at the county. I desperately hope in 6 weeks we have a Labour MP again and a Labour government, because then the potential for what we can do for this city going forward is enormous. And that combination is very, very unusual. So that, Mr. Mayor, will be our priority for the next 12 months.
Councillor Davey, and now Councillor Vick, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to add my congratulations to those of others to you on your appointment, and also to the leader on his reappointment. I'd like to thank the leader for his remarks, which we on this side thoroughly agree with, about the sad departure of David Levine and Lucy Netzinger. It's appreciated. I was going to particularly welcome the two new members of the council that were elected on the 2nd of May. We look forward to getting to know Councillor Clough, but I particularly wanted to introduce and commend my new colleague, Councillor Nadia Lokhmatova, who was elected in Trumpington. An architect, Nadia settled here 15 years ago and comes from the Ukraine, and I know she will be able to make a very valuable contribution to the work of this council. And I finally wanted to recognise Councillor Katie Porrer, although it's not written in the paperwork we had earlier, is the new deputy leader of the Liberal Democrat group. Mr. Mayor, two of my group's priorities for the next 12 months feature prominently on the agenda for today's meeting. Firstly, that is the way we as a council can secure our role in influencing the future of our own city and its surrounding area. This, as Councillor Davey seems to accept, is an absolutely central issue to the sort of place we can be, which for us is an inclusive and sustainable city moving forward under proud local democratic leadership. And I say that whoever is in power in national government, and national government is invited to support and help us, but not to dictate or ignore us. And we will discuss that later, I think, in the motions. A second priority for us is to fight for representative decision-making in this council. It's a sad thing that circumstances make that necessary. It's the matter we just discussed in the previous item on governance. But as has been conceded by everyone, this is a stretched out process, and it will be a continuing discussion. Most times, it's likely there is a majority amongst us with the power ultimately to insist on its way. But the rest of us here should surely have the equal right to put our points of view and our alternatives and to debate them as part of the decision-making process. Unsurprisingly, we therefore do object to being shut out into a side room on another day, subject to the gatehouse of your majority on whether we can or even can't have our point of view put. We see this council in this city as at its best when it is pluralist and representative. We believe it makes for better and more robust decisions. We believe it makes for more credible decisions if the city sees its diversity of opinion reflected at the table. And we believe it's more democratic by illuminating at work the range of positions of the same parties who will go on to ask for people's votes. To set the record straight, no one has come to this council and recommended the governance model that the Labour group proposes we adopt. Indeed, it is not the model that most councils making change since they regained the power to do so are choosing. We think our current system could and should be changed to iron out the complexities that we were obliged to adopt in order to preserve the essence of a committee system more than 20 years ago, but which now aren't needed because the law has changed. We think it's not very wise either to impose a whole new system of governance on this council without more consensus across the parties. It turns governance and constitutions into a political football. We will be continuing our drive for the council to care more about some of the basics in its services. The maintenance budget for existing council house dwellings should not remain a cash cow for the council's new build programme, and no member should be content with face-saving methods of robbing Peter to pay Paul to fund ongoing needs like fighting damp and mould. It's not good enough that this council has no idea whether 20% of its housing meets the official decent home standard. The whole system here needs more than first aid, and if only someone on the other side had the breadth of sight to see it and do something. Helping all residents with antisocial behaviour is another basic that the council tries to manage, in my opinion, too much as a sideline. Nuisance, densely populated urban area looms large for too many residents, and they look to the council to regulate and control it with the powers they have. Responsibility for this subject keeps getting passed around between executive portfolios, and I think we now look to Councillor Holloway on this. My plea is to treat this as a cross-cutting responsibility with a range of council teams must play into, from planning to environmental health and open spaces to community safety. It is not just about the team with the name community safety or antisocial behaviour on it. For the issues we raised in the budget process earlier this year, the ones you remembered that was dismissed as about just messing around, are unlikely to go away without action. Such nuisances as continued ongoing fly tipping, unsafe use of paths on open spaces, noisy late-night road races, and they're matched on the other side of the equation by things that the council is taking the wrong direction on, which like cutbacks in its enforcement team and reduced public toilet provision. It's surprising that a party aiming to fight the general election on antisocial behaviour has such a modest record on resourcing it and prioritising its management locally. And we are here to continue to remind you and look for improvements on that. So these are our three priority areas: local democratic control over the future shape of our city, the survival of representative decision-making on this council, and turning basic services from Cinderella's into the reliable heart of what we do and get consistently right for residents. We will, of course, Mr. Mayor, contribute across the range of the council's business, working with others in all the ways we can in support of our vision for the city, a city which is the source of a global power for good, a city which evolves into the future, a city which prizes the well-being of its citizens, a city where people are able and encouraged to live lightly on the planet, and a city of liberal values. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now I invite Councillor Bennett. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will repeat some of the things that my predecessors have said. I do want to thank Electoral Services for making the last local election smooth And I'm so sorry that you're going to have to go through it again on the 4th of July. But you did great. And the work you did in the local elections will hopefully help you cope. But thank you from all of us Greens. We were all telling and saw firsthand your good work. I also want to share my regrets at the loss of valued colleagues. I miss Councillor Sam Davies every day. She was a great deputy leader, and even having Matthew doesn't console me for the loss. Great deputy leader though he is. Sorry, Matthew. And I also miss David Levine's cheerfulness and cross-party collaborative, something we all need more of in this council. I also welcome Councillor Nadia Lakhmatova, and how wonderful it is to have a Passive House trained architect on the council. Really pleased, and a particularly warm welcome to our other newcomer, Hugh Clough, whom I want to embarrass with a particular green tradition. Potholes have dominated this local election, even though they're a county council responsibility and not a city. So, Councillor Clough, please will you accept your Green Party pothole kit? Here's your ruler to measure the depth. Here's your tape measure for service. And here is your pen for writing it down.
Thank you indeed.
Okay, but seriously, one of the things that I found very frustrating about the last election is how rarely the public discussion was on issues that the City Council deals with. We had continued...
Point of order, Chair. I mean, she's just said that, and she's just talked about potholes. That's a highways authority matter.
Well,
it's the county council. Why are we talking about potholes in this council?
Because, Chair, I'm explaining, there will be a point, if Mr. I am beginning to welcome Councillor Smart's points of order as an old and valued friend, but perhaps a friend we'd all like to see a little bit less of. Okay. I think we all recognise that our residents don't understand what all our little bits of council do and find it confusing. But it was a great frustration to me that most of the time, when I actually got round to going out canvassing, residents wanted to talk about greenways, GCP schemes, congestion charge, which we all know is off the table, and other transport issues. I would have liked to talk about some non-city council issues. 5 degrees C global warming, which is obviously a daily worry for all of us. I would have loved to talk about our water shortage, which continues, and the fact that we still do not have an approved water management plan from Cambridge Water, that their so-called grand interventions for Grafton Transfer, a new reservoir, won't arrive until 2032 and 2036, when our water demand will peak in 2028. But that was not to happen. I am going to now return and say I want to give my commiserations to 2 members of this council, Councillor Carling and Councillor Tong, who are both selected as parliamentary candidates, and although they barely recovered from the last election are now going to go again, I hope we can all be particularly kind to those 2 councillors. And I also want to congratulate Councillor Carling, who has kept one of his election pledges, which is to get his haircuts. And must I say, it looks great. Okay, now. Oh dear, have I said something controversial? I don't know what's going to happen on the 4th of July, but but I think we all have to approach this with hope in our hearts. How am I doing for time? Okay. So I'll just remind you about what you can expect from the Greens. I feel I could almost give last year's speech again. We continue to be the smallest party on council. We are trying, but it may take us a while. Our focus will continue to be scrutiny, whatever the system of government chosen, and we are not and never will be a single issue party. Before the Greens of the Greens, we were the Ecology Party, a party based on the principle of economics as if people matter, and also doing politics as if people matter. Like you, we believe that there is no climate justice without social justice. So you will hear us talk as much about social justice issues as we do about planetary issues. You'll see that in our Cambridge work, as we try to ensure that community voices are heard and community wishes are respected. Can't get a pothole fixed, if they can't get a replacement bin, if they can't get the play equipment replaced, if there's antisocial behaviour in the parks, if nobody comes out and they call the police, people feel even more powerless and unable to cope with the other problems in their lives. Whatever we can do, however small, whether it's getting a replacement bin or sort of chasing up a repair, helps. Even when we can't solve everything, we can still help. We'll continue to oppose building through Coat and Orchard, building on Honey Hill, and the busway over the Gog Magog Hills. We can do so little as a local council with the money vouchsafed to us to protect the environment and the planet. It's really important that we don't do any wrong. So lastly, I'm really looking forward to the next 4 years. I hope you are too. And I hope that we will be able to make them 4 consensual and collaborative years.
Thank you very much for the speech. And now I move on to agenda item 12, which is public questions. Public speaking rules provides that members of the public must send in the text of their public question in advance of the meeting. The text of the question will no longer be read out, as it will be published in advance of the meeting, available in the information pack and also shared on the screen. Members of the public can introduce themselves and advise if they are speaking on behalf of a group, and public question time will last for maximum of 30 minutes. The executive councillor or chair of the committee will have 2 minutes to respond. Members of the public have 2 minutes for a supplementary question or can comment or can make a comment on something that has been said and the executive councillor or chair of the committee has 2 minutes to respond. A bell will be rung when you have 30 seconds left, and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Question number 1. And my apology for if I mispronounce the name. Doc Y, would you like to take a seat on the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Over to you. I have been advised that that Doug Moy is not here, so I am moving to question number 2. Question number 2, Daniel Fulton. Would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Over to Daniel Fulton.
Hello, I am Daniel Fulton, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as an individual.
Thank you. Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond? Thank you.
Yeah. Surely. Thank you for your question, Daniel. The Council here has an overarching and comprehensive equality and diversity policy, which outlines our commitment as an employer, as a service provider, and as a community leader to promoting equality, diversity, and inclusion, and all legal obligations under the Equality Act. Like all our policies, these are kept under annual and constant review. As part of our legal obligations, we must have due regard to the need to eliminate discrimination, harassment, victimisation, and any other conduct that is prohibited by or under the Equality Act. I'd be more than happy for you to let me know if you have any questions in due course, even beyond your supplementary today. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I just have a comment. I'd like to thank the leader for his response, and I would like to say that this council deserves considerable credit for its commitment to promoting equality and inclusion for all members of our community. Your work on these issues is a model that other local authorities would do well to follow. So thank you for your work on this, and I appreciate the leader's response.
Thank you. Do you, the Executive Councillor, want to respond to this?
Just very briefly to say thank you to Daniel, and as I said in my response to your initial question, if you have any further comments you wish to make outside this meeting, please get in touch.
Thank you. And question number 3. Again, my apology if I mispronounce your name. Janie Brightman, would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Over to you, Jamie Brighton.
My name is Janie Brightman, and I am representing a group of very concerned citizens over the years who have been attempting to work with the traveller community in Cambridge.
Thank you. Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Thank you for your question, Ms. Byron. The Council's eviction policy for unauthorised encampments on council land is only enacted after an assessment is completed, and it's considered that there are no welfare concerns to be considered. The Council, neighbouring authorities and county have tried for many years to identify sites that could be potentially used. But due to multiple reasons, none of the identified sites have been able to be progressed. Once the current needs assessment and report has been completed, the findings will be provided to the Strategic Steering Group, which will next meet in July. The current timescales being worked towards will be answered under question 4 of public questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brighton, do you have a supplementary question?
I have the actual question, which was not answered at all in that response. We have been talking for 4 years now about the lack of provision for travellers in our city and county. And each time, you could have an AI response because it's exactly the same thing every time. This council has actually failed in its responsibility, and in my question, I point to the new decision at the High Court, which actually looked at the provisions of the Police Crime Sentencing and whatever Act bill in 2022 and came out saying that it actually was the decisions of councils were ignoring the fact that they should not evict if there was no other provision. And we've called for this again and again. And the council has shifted its position somewhat to even talking about a permanent site. But what we have always recognized is that it is the lack of transit sites which is the cause of the most conflict between the traveler and settled communities. Is that, what do I got?
Yeah, that's it. I think you have 30 seconds.
I've got 30 seconds. So I'm fed up with this response. It's got nothing to do with the Jatana. It's got nothing to do with, it's the issue is right in front of your faces. And now you have a legal requirement to do something about it. Not next year, not whenever. We need some solution now.
Thank you for the supplementary question. Can the Executive Councillor respond to that question? Again, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I hear your frustration. And I'm aware that this matter's been going on for some time. And I'm sorry that this is not the answer that you wanted. I can assure you that once I've had sight of the report and any drafts, that I will be in touch with you personally to give you more information. I have no firm dates yet to give you, and I do understand that the report is talking to future planning of a permanent site as well as a transitional site. So any further questions that you have, please email me or give me a ring and I'll follow them up for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. And now move on to question number 4. Mohani Goodman, would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Over to you. So my understanding is that she's not here. So therefore, I move on to the next question. Question number 5. Question number 5, Sarah Nickmoney. Would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Thank you. Over to you, Sarah McNeil.
Hello. Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire Green Party. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Can the Executive Councillor respond to the question? And please may I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sarah, for your question. If I can break it down into bits, if that's okay. Isn't it time the second paragraph, first paragraph's fine, don't disagree with. Second paragraph, isn't it time Cambridge City Council fully acknowledges the gravity of the climate change? Well, we did a long time ago. 2019 is when we announced climate emergency. We've developed a plan accordingly, worked with partners, and as said previously, we're now the second greenest district council in the United Kingdom. In terms of a new vision, yes, and that new vision will come through the local plan. And we have begun to develop a sustainable vision for the future with South Cambs and trying to take things forward. It's highlighting and will highlight a number of challenges, including clearly the issues around water availability, housing, and it will include ambitions around climate change and improving accessibility and well-being for everyone in the city. I think the last bit is about, do I accept that there is sustainable growth as an oxymoron? No, I don't accept that, I'm afraid. I think sustainable growth is possible, but it's got to be done carefully and managed. Because unless you use growth effectively, there can be damage to the climate, but unless we group effectively, we won't be able to significantly change what's better for this city and also for the country as a whole. I think your point, the last point about working with elsewhere in the country, wholly agree with you, and we've developed a number of initiatives, particularly with Manchester at the moment, and we're looking forward to how we can take those forward. So to conclude, I think there's parts of your question that I can agree with, but other parts I think undermine what is possible for both the city and for what the council, in conjunction with South Cambs, to achieve through 2050. That's not to say we don't object to some of the initial ludicrous proposals from Mr Gove, where clearly £250,000 was just not a feasible option. So it's then about how do we change that? How do we bring forward our view, our vision? And what's interesting about that is through Peter Freeman, we've been able to establish the first steps, namely about addressing the water crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McManey, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
do. So this week, the leader of the City Council, Councillor McDavid, who just spoke, you claimed in reaction to Gove's growth agenda that we need to challenge this power grab by government and that you want to ensure that an alternative narrative is heard. We couldn't agree more that it's time for a new story and it's time to really shape this new narrative. The citizens of Cambridge clearly want to leave behind the environmentally damaging thinking that leads to growth at all costs. Traditional economic thinking will do nothing to help us survive the climatic changes that are already upon us. It also leaves no space for existing residents of Cambridge to thrive. For example, local people tell me that they're suffering in our inequality crisis, and we all know that this will not be remedied by a growth agenda. In this time of climate emergency, the council must lead. The council must lead Cambridge in a transition away from a fixation on economic growth, which does have a limit. Our environment sets those limits. To halt further environmental degradation, we need to leave behind the traditional economic theory and its linear way of thinking. The council's priority must be to protect our city and our planet, not to support a fatally flawed philosophy wrapped up in terms such as fast growth cities, sustainable growth, and good growth. Would you be willing now to leave the greenwashing terminology of sustainable growth behind and instead focus on looking after the current residents of Cambridge? Further, local people are already fostering a new mode of operating, one that embraces a cyclical, circular economy. Go onto the Cambridge Resilience website and you'll find no less than 178 organisations run by people of Cambridge for people of Cambridge. These are organisations that run according to principles of self-sufficiency, regeneration, conservation, community resilience and community care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can the Executive Council respond to the supplementary? And again, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Sarah. Credit where credit's due. The initial comments were actually from Councillor Bick, not from me. So I'd hate to take credit for what Councillor Bick said, although I'm not sure I agree with all of what he said either. But in terms of the points that you made, I do think it's time to approach this differently. And I hope that if we are successful on July the 4th, the Labour government will be part of that process. We would anticipate that they will be looking to make sure that Cambridge is used in a way that's productive for the nation. And as part of that, we have to ensure that our residents locally are part of that process, that wealth is genuinely shared, which is why the work I referred to earlier about our community wealth building programme is so important to us, because it's about genuinely giving people back resource of wealth from this city. I also think, again, to echo your question, the work we're looking to do with Manchester is really important. It's about genuine levelling up across the nation. But that can't be done without linking closely to the combined authority and others to make sure those resources go back into our city. As part of the work that I've done informally, it's all been a bit quiet so far, but that's, I think, going to start to become much more open, hopefully in the next few weeks about 2050. I have repeatedly gone back to Peter Freeman and to Mr Gove to stress the importance of us representing our community, the democratic responsibility of a council to speak on behalf of its residents. And the core of that is tackling inequality and making sure that the growth that comes here goes into affordable homes, goes into affordable council homes that are sustainable, and goes into jobs for local people that have for too far long not benefited from the wealth that's in this city. So to answer your question, sir, there's bits in there that I agree with, bits I can't agree with, because I do believe there is a role for growth. It's just how it's done. That's the core to me. Again, how we do that in partnership with the very many bodies you referred to, many of whom we're already working with. But I do accept the point. Thank you very much.
Councillors, before we move to the next agenda item, do you prefer a 10 minutes break? Yes? Yes. Thank you. So, yeah, we are back at 2:45. Yeah, thank you. Now, moving on to agenda item 13, oral questions. We now turn to the agenda item 13, oral questions, which starts on page number 23 on your information pack. This item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. To note, on question 3, the Executive Councillor should read Councillor Collins and not Councillor Howard. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominees will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will then have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question or to seek clarification to the response to the original question. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have a further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left, and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Question number 1 from Councillor Huck. Councillor Gilderdale. Councillor Rachel Wade, would you like to respond?
Thank you, yes. So thank you for your question, Councillor. What does equality mean? What does it look like? Equality is a lack of fairness. So I point you to the age of austerity, the Tory legacy. They've closed 800 public libraries. They've closed 1,300 children's centres. An extra 600,000 children are in poverty. So what am I planning to do? 4th of July, general election. I'm planning to help remove this catastrophic, incompetent government. Other than that, I plan to continue our hard work at City Council, our excellent work for the last 10 years to ensure our residents can access regular food via CSF, to get advice with their bills via CAB, to have a warm place to go via our community centres. Therefore, I plan to continue our exemplar community grant funding. 1.5 million last year in grants to the community. Its primary outcome, unlike our present Tory government, to reduce social and economic inequality for our residents, to empower and to bring about improved health and well-being, to bring the community together. I plan to continue to build on our youth strategy so that young people feel that Cambridge is for them, so we can hear their voice and see them. I plan to continue and build on our cultural strategy so our cultural services can work with and continue to work with youth engagement. I plan to consolidate our our community wealth building strategy, which has been referred to before. The mayor, former mayor, Councillor Gawthrope Wood, started between CCBS and Cambridge University. Community wealth building, 4 areas of activity, using the council's resource, assets and powers to build community wealth, building a more inclusive, sustainable economy, empowering residents and communities. In conclusion, I would say that if you compare and contrast what our hard-working officers and councillors have done in the last 10 years for our residents, I think basically we should be running the government.
Thank you. Councillor Huck, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor Wade mostly talked about poverty and not about inequality. That was my question. And until not long ago, and also today, Labour has constantly reminded us that Cambridge is the most unequal city in the country. But I was surprised that in a recent scrutiny committee meeting, Councillor Gilderdale said that actually inequality is not necessarily a bad thing. And maybe we have to think about other things like happiness and employee satisfaction. And
could you stop for a moment until we...
The light is on. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, I was just pointing out that in a recent scrutiny committee meeting, Councillor Gilderdale said that inequality is possibly not really an issue here in Cambridge, and there might be other measures that are more relevant, which might well be the case.
But of course, Labour has reminded us constantly, including today, that Cambridge is the most unequal city in the country. And a few years ago, I asked about this in the scrutiny committee, and I got a very comprehensive answer from the officer then, that at least in Cambridge, the poor are not poorer than in other cities, and Cambridge is not poorer than other cities, so that is not necessarily a problem. Of course, poverty is appalling wherever it happens, but it's not about inequality. It's about poverty then. So let's talk about the real issues. So the question then is, I mean, has inequality and the fact that Cambridge is the most unequal city in the country, has this been, for the last 10 years or so, been a publicity ploy by Labour to portray themselves as class warriors and Robin Hoods? Because they have been in charge for 10 years or more, and apparently nothing has happened. So now that they have no results to show for it, they are changing their story.
I take it as a question to Executive Councillor Rachel Wade, not to Alice Gildersleeve. So I would ask the Executive Councillor to respond.
Nothing's happened over the last 10 years. Can I go through some of the community grants that we give money to? Abbey People, Alia, Arbury Community Association, Age UK, CAB, Cambridge, CCVS, Cambridge Sustainable Food, Cambridge Women's Resource Centre, Cambridge Ethnic Community Forum, Cambridge Gateway Club, Cambridge Hindu Association, Cambridge Housing Society Limited, Cambridge Online, Cambridge Society for the Blind and Partially Sighted, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Foundation for the Arts and Mental Health, for support the positive mental health of individuals and communities, Cambridge Older People's Enterprise, Centre 33, Co-Farm. I could go on, but I do think that our commitment to all types of inequality are there, and a testament to the hard work of our officers. It is the core of our work, and it is fundamental to what we do.
Thank you. And now, question number 2 from Councillor Galsberg. Councillor Carling, would you like to respond? Sorry.
Councillor Thornberry is going to respond to this question, Mr. Mayor.
When I saw this question, I thought it was a cunning plan by the Green councillors to ask the same thing 4 times, giving us 8 minutes to talk about this very important issue, one that we in Labour have raised many times in the 5 years since the publication of the last Water Resources Management Plan. Cambridge Water Company issued their revised proposals in February this year, and that plan is currently being assessed by DEFRA, taking advice from Ofwat and the Environment Agency. And of course, it will now come into effect under the Labour government that we will elect on the 4th of July, a government that will take environmental issues seriously. As you may recall, the Council responded to the earlier draft plan almost a year ago on the 30th of May, when our joint response with South Cambs was published on our website after consideration with key members of the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee, including Liberal Democrats and the Green Independent councillors. But we all know that we simply can't use more water than we have. Under the previous Labour government, the one before the one we're about to get, the Environment Agency was well funded. We had plans and regulations to help us achieve water neutrality, but the last 14 wasted years have left us in the current situation. Our population increase is as expected, but the improvements required for the infrastructure were never put on a statutory basis, and profits for developers came first. We have a long wait for the major interventions like a new reservoir to come on stream. We're not waiting for the anticipated review of building regulations, but already seek enhanced water saving measures and major schemes through the development management process. We know how to build in ways that reduce water use, and we will engage with the Water Scarcity Group to push for this. I hope you can see we're taking it seriously. But there are limits to what we can do. We really need the right legislation and regulations, and this Labour Council will certainly press the next Prime Minister to make them a priority.
Thank you, Councillor Thornberry. Councillor Gasberg, do you have a supplementary question? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, sorry.
Oh, no, you're right. It's Glasberg. That's fine. Yeah, thank you very much for that answer. I mean, it is reassuring that measures are being taken, and I know that you do feel a commitment to this as well. But I don't know if you've seen the film Pure Clean Water about the Cambridge chalk streams. I think a lot of people here have seen it, and if you haven't, you should see it, because it is about the impact of over-abstraction on the chalk streams that feed the Cam. Now, in the film, Rob Bakewell from the Environment Agency is interviewed, and this is what he actually said. He said, any additional growth is likely to put further pressure on a system that is already failing to meet environmental targets. If we want to see further development or further growth, it has to be understood that there's a price to pay for that. The planning authorities know the impacts, and it will be their decision whether they choose growth or the environment. He makes it clear that actually we can't have both. So it is our choice. It's a political choice. So I wonder, what is your choice there?
Well, Councillor Glasberg, I wonder if you've watched Pure Clean Water, because I'm actually in it. I was interviewed, and I was the inspiration for the whole film. Tony interviewed me after I set up the cross-party water crisis forum, where all of the parties came together and we questioned the Environment Agency, the water companies, and many other people. And it actually started the ball rolling to create the film and create all of the questioning that's happened. And both the Cambridge City and South Cambs have made it clear that the environment is a top priority. So, we know that we have to build sustainable development. Growth is one part of what we need to consider. And this is set out in the National Planning Policy framework. Sustainable development is growth, innovation, productivity, and of course, infrastructure. But also it's one of three objectives. It's the economic objective, the social objective, and the environmental objective. We will only support going forward sustainable development. It has to balance economy, social aspects, and the environment. And growth is just one part of it. We also want to focus on productivity, increasing the ability of local firms to innovate and create more wealth within local companies for local people. We have a long way to go, and we will be working with everybody to do sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. And question number... Thank you. And question number 3 from Councillor Pora. And may I know who is responding to? Yeah. May I ask Councillor Carling to respond?
Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to provide an update on that. We've made significant strides in implementing the removal of single-use plastics from events on our land. Following the Council's agreement in October 2021, we established clear guidelines and criteria for events held on Council-owned land. Event organisers are bound by our terms and conditions of hire, and those now require the elimination of single-use plastics from their activities. We have engaged extensively with event organisers to communicate the new requirements and provide support in adopting them. That includes offering and suggesting alternatives to single-use plastics, such as biodegradable or reusable options, and connecting organisers with suppliers who can meet these needs. When we inspect events, we check that measures have been put in place to ensure compliance with the policy. Council staff conduct spot checks and reviews of events to ensure single-use plastics are not being used. And therefore, officers have confirmed that all events held on council-owned land since the policy's implementation have successfully eliminated single-use plastics. We've received positive feedback from both organisers and attendees who appreciate the Council's commitment to sustainability. Looking forward, we will continue to build on this progress by further refining our guidelines, enhancing support for event organisers, and exploring new ways to promote and facilitate sustainable practices. We remain committed to our goal of making all events on council-owned land free from single-use plastics, and I'm happy to keep Council updated on our ongoing efforts.
Thank you. Councillor Pora, would you have a second question, supplementary question, sorry.
Thank you very much. And apologies, Mr. Mayor, I didn't congratulate you when I spoke last time, so please accept my congratulations. Thank you, Councillor Carling. Councillor Smart will be pleased to know this wasn't meant to be some kind of trap for you, because I do genuinely believe that, like our group, you want to do the same as us. I suppose it's just observations. There's a lot of events, obviously, in my ward, in the city centre, that I think perhaps it's not quite there yet. So I've found, particularly where we have an event that's owned by one event provider, but we have stalls within it, what I've often seen is what appears to be single-use plastic on those stalls. So I'm just worried it's perhaps not percolating right through yet. And I think the motion I moved originally talked about having posters saying, you know, we actively recycle, or here are the compostable bins, so when we're using compostable food containers, people know to put them in the right place. Or that if it's being sorted off-site, let's say that, so people know it. And certainly one of the other things I'd really like was reusable cup promotion. I think that one of the things that prompted me was getting my elderflower cocktail in a teacup, because I realised nobody was using anything except single-use plastic in about 2020. So this is not a criticism, it's really just, I think there's a few more things we can do which were part of the motion, which I'm sure Councillor Carling is keen to do as well with me. So advertising, making clear what we're doing, so that people walking into an event go, oh, this council is committed to this. And if I'm putting it all in one bin, it's going to be sorted later. I think we had a recent event where they did agree that, and I'm grateful to officers for sorting it out. You know, this is an area where our practices as a council, so the letting agent for those spaces, can have a real and tangible impact on plastic use. So I hope that Councillor Carling would be happy to ask officers to just explore that a little bit further and look at the good practice that I think you added to my motion for festivals, just to see if that's been updated, because I think we could learn from that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Porra. Yeah, of course, everything you've just suggested there is eminently sensible, and more than happy to sort of take that away and see. We may well have already started actions on some of those things, others we may be able to pick up. And of course, more broadly, you and I have contact over all sorts of events that go on, especially on Parker's Piece, as we know. The Winter Fair, unfortunately, didn't go ahead last year, but we were in lots of discussions about improving the sustainability of that through sort of making the power onto electric rather than using generators. So it is something we're committed to, and I'm glad that we're able to sort of work together on these things. Just to sort of illustrate all of this with an example of one recent event, the Cambridge Half Marathon, and how they applied that policy. So in 2023, they removed plastic bottles from the event, and there was a follow-up study showing that that removed up to 60,000 plastic bottles from use. So a really significant achievement there. And as you say, you know, having that policy really enables us as a council to make an impact. And in 2024, they adopted a sort of zero to landfill approach, wherein 40% of the waste was recycled and 60% used for energy recovery. And as expected, 0% went into the ground. So we are getting there, and we will continue to work on it.
Thank you. Question 4 from Councillor Blackburn-Hogan. Councillor Cherrybird, would you like to respond to the question?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Blackburn-Hogan. We are acutely aware of the affordability challenge within the city, which is why we are delivering one of the largest social housing building programmes in the UK. Whilst we do great work to influence and enforce the standards of private rented properties, particularly HMOs across the city, the rent levels for these are not an area we can influence. Our programme for affordable housing delivery remains ambitious, which is the best way for this council to make housing as affordable for as many people as possible. Thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'd like to thank you very much for your answer, and just to clarify that the government guidelines state that no more than 10% of housing in an area is HMOs in order to create balanced communities. Yet some areas in Queen Edith have exceeded that threshold, and they have seen an increase in antisocial behaviour, waste and vermin. Additionally, these HMOs used to be pivotal housing for key workers, but how can this be when the costs are now so high, with many being 50% or more of those on the lowest income? Thank you.
Councillor Cherrybird, do you want to respond?
Thank you. And I think I know the area, what you're talking about, Councillor Horgan, because we've had meetings together about this area. I will get answers from the officers and come back to you a bit more about that. But as you know, we've had cameras and everything fitted in that area to try and stop the antisocial behaviour. And as well as we've had many meetings with the Residents Association there. But I will see if there's an update from officers for you. I hope that's okay.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to question number 5 from Councillor Young. Councillor Davey, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Young. As the guidance document of the officers produced for councils who does what sets out, the officers have a commitment to ensure all councils receive responses within 7 working days at the latest. Officers try to respond more quickly than that, particularly if there's a specifically urgent issue or a time sensitivity is made. Council doesn't track officer response times, in a specific answer to your question though, but we trust officers do response properly, and I think what I would ask is that if you find there's an issue, I'm more than happy to pick that up with the Chief Executive and ask him to remind all officers that they have a responsibility to respond to councillors' questions as a matter of urgency.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. 7 days is, I thought it was 5, but I stand corrected. I mean, 7 days is incredibly long. I mean, in any, nowadays, 24 hours is more standard. So I would ask whether any reduction in that limit or that time period is being considered in the our Cambridge and restructuring of the council proposals, whether that can be the case. Thank you.
Would you respond?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. I think you raise an important question, Councillor Young, and I think my response would be to suggest that you and I might wish to meet with Robert Pollock to discuss whether there is potential for shortening the time that you relate to. As you say, normally, people will respond more quickly in the private sector. There may be reasons why not here, and I don't have the answer to that. But if I can suggest that we meet up subsequently.
Now, question number 6 from Councillor Tong. Councillor Bird, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mayor. I was shocked to hear the injuries that postal workers have received just delivering our mail. Cambridge City are always looking at ways to improve the design of our housing, designs and standards for new build. Clearly, we look to manage design standards and budget responsibly to ensure value for the residents. We don't have a policy on internal letterbox cages for either new build houses or current properties because of identity theft. I can put the hand in. And at this time, it isn't something being considered. For new build flats, which make up the majority of our new build delivery, caging would not apply, as these are either secure lobbies or built onto the wall, and as such secure from dog access. As all of us here have done many deliveries around our wards and do understand this issue, but the best tool is to use a wooden spoon when you do your deliveries. So as we'll be delivering again, I think we all need to buy one of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry, but I remember you used to keep one of those when my son was coming along with you. Councillor Tong, do you have a supplementary question?
I won't ask anything for now because thank you, Councillor Bird. That's actually a lot to think about. But if I have anything more, I'll always come to you and we can hopefully chat about it further.
Thank you. And now question number 7 from Councillor B. Can I ask the relevant executive councillor to respond?
Thank you, Councillor Bick, for the question. The council can address graffiti on private buildings, especially in conservation areas, through the Anti-Social Behaviour, Crime and Policing Act 2014. The available powers can be used to remove existing graffiti, but also to put in place actions that property occupiers or owners have to take to manage future incidents of graffiti. Initially, we would issue a community protection warning to the occupier or owner of the property. This warning informs them of the issue and sets out the requirements appropriate to remedy the detriment being caused by the graffiti. It's important to note that this community protection warning itself does not carry a right of appeal. If the occupiers or the owner fail to comply with the CPW, we proceed by serving a community protection notice. This legally requires the occupier or the owner to remedy the detriment of the graffiti and comes with a right of appeal. If this is not complied with, then further action can be taken. Failure to comply with a CPN is a criminal offence for which the council can issue a fixed penalty notice and or prosecute property occupiers or owners. Should the occupiers or owners not comply with the requirements of the CPN, the council also has the authority to undertake the removal of the graffiti without requiring the occupier or the owner's permission, specifically for areas of the building adjacent to the public highway and that are open to the air and can be accessed without entering the property's curtilage.
Thank you. Councillor Big, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the answer, Councillor Holloway. I'm gratified that, that the answer consisted of the power for a community protection notice, a warning and then a notice. And I would be interested in your follow-up answer to if you could identify how many times that's actually been used for graffiti in the city so far, because I think it is probably a good way forward. I think this is a really important area because I think that representing the centre of the city, I think it would apply everywhere actually. We're all fighting the buildings being left vacant and empty homes, empty everything's really, are unsightly and poor, inefficient use of the built environment. And I think that a really efficient way of clamping down on this would be helping actually to speed up approved development where that's the case. But I would point out that the council also seems to have access to powers under the Town and Country Planning Act, which has been the council's response typically in the past, but actually quite rarely used, I think. And I just think that probably there ought to be a bringing together of our approach so that all parts of the council are converging on one answer and deploying it as swiftly as possible, because it seems that it's taking a long time in some cases. Thank you.
Councillor Holloway, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Bick, for those comments, and very happy to take those on board. As I'm sure you'll appreciate, I've only been in this role about an hour or two officially, so I will happily talk that through with you. I also, therefore, don't know the answer to how many times CPNs have been used. I know they have been used, but happy to talk with you on any specific instances that you're interested in, or also get that figure for you. So thank you.
Question number 8 from Councillor Martinelli. Councillor Carling, would you like to respond?
The Council recognises the importance of a healthy and biodiverse environment, and we support Normal May as part of promoting biodiversity. As I said when I was asked a question on this last year, I think by Councillor Pora, it is a very worthy national campaign. In 2022, we introduced the principles of Normal May and the Plant Life Good Verge Guide into our biodiversity strategy to shape how we manage public spaces. We have since reduced our cutting schedule and designated more areas of long grass. Whilst we support Normal May, there are times over the course of the month where we are required to maintain some mowing activity in parts of the city to ensure public spaces and county highways verges are accessible and safe for all to use. This typically includes areas around play equipment, designated amenity spaces such as picnic and event spaces, or where critical sight lines, footpaths, or cycleways are impacted by verge growth. Not doing so does present a risk to residents and visitors. To balance our commitment to biodiversity whilst ensuring that our open spaces are safe and usable, we keep cutting to a minimum and only mow where required. Through the management of our parks, local nature reserves and tree stock, we are supporting pollinators year-round and throughout their life cycle. For example, by installing bee banks, bee hotels and deadwood features in our parks and local nature reserves, as well as maintaining and planting a diverse range of flowering trees in our streets and open spaces. I would finish really just by stressing again the usability point. We want to build a coalition of support behind the various things we do to support biodiversity, like the recent achievement we had of cutting, no pun intended, cutting herbicide use out of our regular operations. Leaving large, well-used public commons completely unmown makes them much less usable and risks damaging that crucial public support.
Thank you. Councillor Martinelli, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, and congratulations on your elevation, Mr. Mayor. I'm very glad to hear of the Executive Council's ongoing commitment to biodiversity initiatives, including, of course, the cut in herbicide use, I think initially proposed by Councillor Pora some years ago. And I'm certainly keen as a Market Ward councillor to clarify that we are certainly in favour of keeping the event spaces usable, and we've always been big supporters of the council's event schedule, only challenging where really necessary. However, I think what we have seen in the city centre over this month in No Mow May is mowing not just of Midsummer Common for the Strawberry Fair, but of Christ Pieces, of Jesus Green, of the verges in between. And I think it's very hard to understand how all of these are quite so necessary for lines of sight and public use. And I guess what I'd like to hear as my supplementary from the Executive Councillor is how much less mowing are we doing in May compared to before adoption of this idea in 2022. I would like to hear some quantification of how much less mowing is being done. And I'd like to know actually what we're doing with the resource that has presumably been freed up from mowing less, which I'm assured we are doing. And you know, if we don't have answers to those, I have some suggestions about what we could be doing with this extra resource gained on an operational level from mowing less. And I do this mainly because the Executive Council concerned seems to have taken up auditing our emails as part of his role. And I have a couple of suggestions that unfortunately the Executive Council has ignored and has led the residents raised directly with me. You'll all be shocked to hear. And I'm talking about the GAA posts on Colden's Common. Perhaps those could have used more attention. I understand that's an email to the Exec that's been ignored, and one regarding a Midsummer Common community garden, which again has been ignored and residents have elevated to me. So there's a couple of supplementaries and a comment on your email proficiency.
Thank you. Councillor Culling, do you want to respond to that?
All right. So, relating what I just said to Midsummer Common specifically, the mowing had taken place to support the Strawberry Fair event, as you mentioned, taking place on the 1st of June. With key event areas and with large numbers of people expected, safety is clearly a priority, and the timing of a cut is critical in achieving the best outcome. So we have to balance the biodiversity benefits of delaying the cutting with the fact that cutting when it is longer leaves significant cuttings behind, potentially drying and creating fire risk, or if the weather is wet, creating an unpleasant environment for event goers with potential slip, trips and falls risks there. And in the case of Christ Pieces, we've again held to the general principle of reduced mowing, but there has been careful planning to ensure it remains in alignment to its management plan and the requirements of its green flag accreditation. There is a defined balance of areas strategically left unmown throughout the summer, with other more open areas of the park that are mown to enable its continued use as a passive space, particularly for those using the city centre and wanting to picnic and such like. I'm quite happy to come back on the specific numerical questions you've asked, because I don't have that data to hand. And equally, if you'd like to have a walk around with me and officers around specific areas you're concerned about, I'm quite happy to facilitate that too, and we can have that dialogue, no problem. And yeah, just to sort of also mention what you said there about the council's event schedule, we do recognise that most events do happen in Market Ward, and we're always grateful to the Market Ward councillors for engaging with us constructively on that. So yes, thanks again for that.
Thank you. Thank you, members. That brings us to the end of the oral questions, and I will now move on to the item on motions. On the motions for debate, the mover and the seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and the seconder of an amendment have up to 10 minutes between them.
Sorry, could I ask a question? We seem to have been having a change of practice on questions. In the past, when the presenter has not been there, an officer's read out the question. And I think this is an important protection and reasonable adjustment for people who may not be well enough to attend. Could we ask why that practice has changed and why group leaders haven't been consulted?
Councillor Bennett, we have come to the end of 30 minutes. The questions are scheduled for 30 minutes, and now we have finished 30 minutes.
However, the same practice was on the public questions. Where the questioner was not there, the question was skipped and not read out by the officer. Could you explain why that was done?
Yeah, I'll ask the.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Yeah, what I was suggesting is the questions that questioners who weren't here and the question 9 that didn't make into the 30-minute slot will provide a written response to those people.
Thank you.
So in terms of the motions, the relevant executive, councillor and the mover of the original motion have 3 minutes each and are a right to reply in that order. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Now, moving on to agenda item 14, motion on the notice from Councillor Bick. I can call Councillor Bick to move the motion. I understand Councillor Porter will be your seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Bick, please address the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find it quite remarkable that apart from this motion, there was no initiative from any other side of the council to respond to Michael Gove's vision for Cambridge. We would have just had motions on national and international government policy, all of which were important, but none particularly singling out Cambridge, which is, after all, the focus of our concerns and responsibilities as a council. Yet we know that our council leadership has been engaged in meetings with government representatives over the past year, and we know of the large chasm between the government's view of future growth and the view that this council has been working on. It's almost as if having to talk about it has become rather inconvenient. So if this motion achieves nothing else, it will hopefully enable our council leadership to tell us more about their position, about how they think we should proceed, and if that isn't actually what we're advocating in this motion. Clear in this motion that for us, fighting growth altogether is a futile and counterproductive strategy. It may be a handy short-term flag to wave, but leaving no answer to the social division represented by poor and expensive housing conditions, leaving no hope to offer to those many in the city on whom we all and the economy depends. It would mean drawing a line under the continued success of this unique hub of knowledge and innovation of the global nature, which is not only important to us as a country, but underpins the livelihood of many of us, whether or not we actually work in those sectors. Sustainable development, we believe, is possible and should be the only basis on which we should allow growth. Other important proviso is that the shaping of development should be led locally and accountably, where we know our communities, our landscape, and what matters to our way of life, where we, as a council, have a good record of proceeding carefully and based on evidence, where we can point to success in creating new win-win neighbourhoods like those at Trumpington Plan on our watch, and emerging plans for North East Cambridge and Cambridge Airport in the future. The effect of these isn't marginal, and that was demonstrated by the recent census. We know that to go further forward, we must have help from the government. And if anything, the response to that from the government has been slow. There are things which councils can't do, which are essential to growth, which national government can do, particularly investment in water infrastructure, but also in transport and social housing. So the apparent willingness of the government now to provide such support is welcome. So the conditions ought to be right for a genuine partnership here. And everyone is using the word partnership, even the government. But what we hear and what we see is distinctly unlike a partnership. The government has articulated various arbitrary housing targets which don't relate to the evidence that this council is obliged to study to form its own plans. And we're not talking about fine-tuning here, we're talking about double. We're talking about more than doubling the dwellings in our area in 25 years. Many people are worried, and I can understand it, that this could be reckless development. Then, the government is talking about imposing its own planning strategy and driving development through an appointed development corporation, which it says, and we all heard it, is specifically to avoid local accountability. And it apparently is offering to give local leaders roles as mere advisors on their own area, along with other unelected leaders, other unelected bodies. This all represents a truly dramatic expropriation of local democracy in our area. Despite apparent agreement with much of our motion, it's a disappointment that the response from the members the other side is just to ask for more information. And very noticeably, no concerns about a development corporation which would bureaucratise the shaping of our area for a generation. We think on this side it's time to stand up for the local democratic role a bit more. For a partnership, we need some balance and equality. We need agreement on what each of the partners will lead on and what they will support on, and on the evidence that will be the basis for planning and how disagreements will be resolved. Any need for a development corporation, about which we are extreme skeptics here, should clearly be a joint decision, not a unilateral one. We think our council leader should be bringing forward proposals to the government addressing these issues. There should be a discussion about whether this is the right moment to move to a unitary council, a policy we adopted all round this chamber last year to make us a less fragmented partner and a planner, as well as a more joined up service provider. Mr. Mayor, the message I have on this is that a true partnership will not occur through one side being supine. This remains pertinent even though we have a general election. It's relevant whichever party is in national government, and we need to know that you, the other side, are first defenders of local democracy, even if you are Labour supporters second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pora, do you wish to speak now, or you want to reserve your right to speak?
I would like to reserve my right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Carling has given notice for amendment, which is in page number 25 of the information pack. Councillor Griffin will second the amendment, and you have 10 minutes between yourselves.
Thank you to Councillor Bick for bringing this motion. I particularly welcome the prayers within it for around our record of delivering new communities and nurturing the success of the local economy over a number of years. We on this side agree with much of the motion, particularly the recognition that sustainable growth is possible, and that if central government want our city to grow, then we need investment from central government in transport infrastructure, social housing, and arguably most urgently, water supply. And I was struck earlier when a member of the Green Party was speaking about sort of the idea of sustainable development being being greenwashing and how we look after the people we've already got and not grow, essentially. And of course we have to look after our residents. And I'm sure I didn't intend to come across this way, but I would really caution you to look at the parallels of that logic to the logic made by some quite right-wing politicians about Britain being full and not wanting to take more people. It's remarkably similar. And I'm sure you don't intend it that way, but just bear that in mind. My amendment clarifies that we on this side have been actively making the case for the things in the motion through all available channels, both in private and in public, and we're grateful to have been able to do so jointly with the Liberal Democrats on South Cambridgeshire District Council, as well as the County Council, where our two parties are in coalition leadership. Councillor Bick's motion criticises the government's apparent disregard for locally elected representatives and their proposals so far, which we on this side are also very critical of. And we've said that in a variety of press statements and other media. But we believe that it isn't just us that need to be fully engaged in any growth mechanism, but also other community representatives to get the broadest possible cross-section of the residents we represent. Given the way the Liberal Democrats' election campaign focused so heavily on democratic engagement, I was a little bit surprised not to see a reference to that need for broader resident engagement in the motion, and I hope this amendment's remedying of that omission will be supported. I think, Councillor Bick, you mentioned just now that there's no mention in this about our concerns about a development corporation. I have been quite clear in the amendment that we aren't satisfied that there's been a meaningful discussion of alternatives. And I think that addresses that point. There does need to be that meaningful discussion. And the reason we're asking for more detail about a development corporation is because it's very hard for us to make a decision without knowing fully the details. It may well be that it doesn't take over planning function, which I can't speak for my group, but that's something I would personally be very keen for it not to do. We have to have more details before we can come to a firm final view on these things. The other main point in the motion relates to calling on us to commit to pursuing a unitary authority. And as Councillor Bick knows, we aren't opposed to having a conversation about that and other possible reform to local government. But we aren't willing to commit prematurely to a potential outcome of that conversation before it's had. In October, Council passed a motion wherein we asked the Leader and Chief Executive to, quote, initiate discussions with other authorities in the region and then central government to identify options for a less fragmented and more cohesive model of government for Cambridge that best serves the needs of its residents. These discussions should involve and engage with the people of the city in a meaningful way, thereby recognising the need for our governance structures to reflect the wishes of the people we serve, end quote. Councillor Davey, I'm sure, will speak shortly about some upcoming community consultation opportunities, so we are delivering on our commitment to engage with Cambridge residents about this. Again, given the emphasis in your election campaign on resident involvement, I'm a bit surprised you now want to railroad over that and go straight for your preferred solution again. It does feel like a bit of a U-turn, so hopefully this amendment comes across as constructive and hopefully you are willing to accept it. I'll close just by saying that however we all vote here, I hope that we can all move together forward on continuing to argue for real engagement and partnership with residents as discussions about Cambridge as a focus of national regeneration continue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Griffith, would you like to speak now or you reserve your right?
I'll speak now. And first of all, I'd like to say congratulations for your elevation. This motion, I think, amplifies messages that the government is hearing from all over the region. And so it's only right that the Cambridge City Council now goes on record with this motion. So I would like to thank Councillor Bick for bringing it forward. We hope that the opposition can support our amendments. We simply don't want to prejudge issues that will require a great deal of public engagement. And in addition, we expect to be working with a new government soon, or we hope to be working with a new government soon. So we would like to express our serious concerns, at the same time avoiding any kind of accusatory tone. That's it. Thank you.
Are there any debate on this? Yeah.
Perfect. So I'll leave some of the environmental discussion to my colleagues because I'm sure they're itching to jump right into this. But I thought I would try and quickly respond to Councillor Carling's point directly. And coincidentally, I brought a quote from one of my favourite 21st century economists, I'm not going to be able to pronounce their name right because it's a Japanese name, but I believe it's pronounced Kohei Sato. And they say it can be argued that the wealth or richness of societies cannot be measured by an ever greater quantity of commodities produced and their monetary expression, but rather with the full and constant development and realization of the potentialities of human beings. To me, I see Cambridge's future in a scaled-down economy where all the amenities and resources we have are used for the people that actually live here. At the moment, largely our developments for corporate and big business interests, and that has really, really pushed the natural resources that this area possesses. It's caused severe water shortages, it's potentially going to, the risk of that is looming at the moment. Cambridgeshire is also an extremely nature-depleted county. So to me, I don't see the idea of scaling back our economy as a way to be right-wing and I guess hurt people. To me, I see it as a way to actually realise potential because of the way that we, need to more adequately use the resources we have, because at the moment, large amounts of them are wasted and they're not actually going towards the people that need them.
Thank you. And Councillor Hook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cambridge has been the place of inspiring ideas, world-leading innovation, positive change and growth for centuries. It has seen coprolite mining, radio and TV factories, poets and Nobel Prize winners. This is our city. While it is clear that there are limits to growth, it is also clear that we cannot just turn it up or down as we please. We are not going to send 50,000 invitations around asking people to come to Cambridge over the next 1 or 2 decades. These people are expected to come on their own accord because Cambridge is simply the best place for them to be. I'm a case in point. 24 years ago, I wasn't invited. I got an opportunity to come here and I took it. I knew that things would be expensive, from rent to pints, and so I've lived in a shared house for years and saved for a deposit while friends in similar positions elsewhere could afford their own homes. I've met a number of people who accepted significant pay cuts when they came to Cambridge. Yes, of course, some of them may use the Cambridge experience to find better jobs afterwards, but that's not the case for everyone. I'm still here. And this is not just the case for academics. Our beautiful, diverse, and successful city offers many opportunities to a wide range of people that they may not find anywhere else. But this obviously creates pressures, not only for people who are coming here, but also for those who are already here, or their children who want to stay in or come back to Cambridge. The question we have to ask ourselves now as councillors, of course, is can we or how can we make this sustainable? Not building on the strengths of Cambridge, that means its unique blend of world-leading research, business, education, and a diverse population, would mean that we miss opportunities to tackle some of the biggest challenges we are currently facing, from healthcare over climate change to AI. This issue is bigger than Cambridge. That's why we need a true partnership between our local authorities and central government. But as it stands, we don't have the choice between growth or no growth. It's between locally led sustainable growth and a utopian vision imposed on us from autocrats. The start of the Development Corporation already spells disaster. Mr. Gove hadn't even talked to his own elected representatives in this region before announcing a plan with numbers that seem to come out of the blue and without evidence. So how can he be expected to talk to us? It is our local authorities who know best what Cambridge needs and how they should deal with the challenges and pressures it is facing. We need a true partnership, not an authoritarian or dictatorial development corporation. And that's why I urge you to support our motion unamended. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Tomborough.
Thank you. I didn't congratulate you on your elevation earlier, so please, I think it's great you're there. Thank you. So there's been quite a lot of reference to planning the local plan, and I just thought I wanted to just say a few things about it as I'm leading on this aspect of what might come in the future. My understanding is that currently there are 6 legal forms of development corporations, and all of them would require the agreement of the local authority to incorporate the planning function within the corporation.
And in some areas that has been done where it's appropriate. But at the moment, I think the planning process being run by the local authority, or in this case the shared local authorities, is absolutely critical. And there, it would take a huge argument for me representing these residents to agree otherwise. But any government can bring in legislation to bring in new forms of development cooperation. So, but let's see where we're going. I also want to say that in planning, for me, the most important things is about transparency and trust. And that means real engagement with all our residents, all our businesses at every stage of the decision-making process. And I think that the process for the local plan is quite rigorous, and I think it is quite good. I think part of transparency and trust is the language we use. I personally don't like the word growth. I think when we talk about growth, we should be talking about trees, not the economy. I think the economy, if people understand a bit more of the word economy and balancing things, and I think when we talk to consultants, we can talk about growth, but when we get to talking to our residents, we need to be really careful about the language. And when it comes to further major decisions about the local plan, I will try and get that word growth out of our documents and use pure, plain English. The other thing I just want to say is that the local plan is based on evidence. So we have appointed consultants to work on probably something like 30 aspects of the local plan. Though that evidence gathering continues, and I have, based on what the pressure we're under, or the interest we've got, we've kind of asked for more evidence in certain areas, and this we will be updating you about that through conversations, briefings, and the scrutiny committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Davey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's three bits to this motion, the original motion from Councillor Bick. The first is the heading, A Vision for Cambridge. What this motion is certainly not a vision for Cambridge. I hope you're not anticipating you think it is. So we can dismiss that. What we're looking at here is actually about democratic accountability and reference back. The second bit is about unitary status. As folk will know, at the meeting in October, we amended a motion from Councillor Bick in relation to unitary status to begin the process of engaging with people within this city and beyond as the potential for how the governance of this city could run. That process, I think Councillor Bick's been notified, it was due to start earlier in the year, but due to Purdah and a whole range of other things it didn't. But in the spring, there will be, sorry, the late spring and early summer, there'll be a range of events that take place across the city, and we'll publicise that following on from today's meeting. So the discussions around unitary status have not been forgotten. The officers have been working on it. It's just about timing. I think the third element is relating to 2050. As I'm sure Councillor Bick's aware from his discussions with Councillor Nessinger and Councillor Bridges-Smith at South Cambs, there has been considerable discussions with central government about how this might take forward. On the whole, there's a degree of unanimity, but there's issues about democratic accountability and issues around how communities can represent their views to the Development Corporation proposed over the course of the last 6 months. I think there's a real change in where we're at, if I'm honest, over the last couple of weeks. There's been a shift in the sense that Peter Freeman, who's the lead official, has come out now and spoken to all councillors. So everyone's had the chance now to speak to him, hear from him personally about what's going on, and that through those events that took place last week. I think that's a really important start. Secondly, we've had the invitation now to sit on the council, the advisory council, that will involve the growth company. Now, important here to stress, the growth company is not a development corporation. It's a prelude to setting up a growth corporation. And as Councillor Thorne has already indicated, there are 6 types of development corporation that are feasible, one of which is that it's locally led. And I would advise all people to have a look at what's going on in Stockport, which is locally led, part of the mayoral development corporation, part of the mayor, And it's a very good example of what local people can do to influence how local decision makings are made. And that's clearly about the fact that government want to have some sort of say when they're putting in billions of pounds. The reality is a unitary authority is not the answer because it cannot be set up in time, and I don't think central government, whatever colour, would want to have the money divested to that authority to implement it. I think the key bits for us, therefore, in terms of our challenge to date, has been making sure that, if you like, what we want is about democratic accountability, it's about being transparent about the process, and about making sure that we ensure that homes and jobs are at the heart of what this is about, because that's what Cambridge residents want. I therefore hope that over the course of the next weeks and months we'll come up with an appropriate way of bringing back those discussions to this chamber, because that's the last thing we want, is to hide it away, and we welcome input from you all in how that takes forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I welcome this motion, but I'm going to support the amended version. And I'd particularly draw your attention to the third paragraph of Councillor Vick's motion, which is, we welcome a role for central government in addressing key factors beyond the scope of local councils. That is crucial, because at the first time we have been labouring under a problem of not being able to really plan and deliver for new housing to meet objectively assessed housing needs without addressing these vital investments in infrastructure. We've run out of infrastructure and there's an infrastructure deficit. And we have to address the infrastructure deficit first before we can consider growth. But it's only central government that are actually going to be able to fix it for us. And so therefore we are going to need to work in partnership with them. Now, I was in a meeting with Councillor Davey and someone asked, what are you going to say to Mr. Gove? And he said, goodbye. So we have hope. We have hope there's going to be a new government that we can have an adult conversation with, and we can get the democratic accountability and the balance of power between the different parties as a way that we'll all support. So I think that is crucial. So I welcome this. You've been the adults in the room today, Councillor Bick, and I welcome what you've said here. But when we come to the Greens, and we talk about a scaled-down city economy, I thought that's what the Tories have been trying to do with this country. I can't understand that. And it actually reminds me of the League of Gentlemen in the fictitious town of Royston Vasey. And you remember the phrase, this is a local shop for local people. There's nothing for you here. Scaled down city economy where we have a political party that thinks building council houses is gentrification. We're the adults in the room here. Let's engage with government. Let's deal with the infrastructure deficit and make things much, much better for the people of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Aston, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Picking up from Councillor Tong's quotations, I don't know the person, but it goes along the lines, what did the Romans ever do for us? What has Michael Gove ever done for this country? Everything he's ever stood for has been a failure. His levelling up has been a failure. And goodness gracious me, hopefully July the 4th we'll see the end of him and we'll see what happens then. I think motions like this, if we're not careful, cause more distress to our residents than helping them. So our residents need to know that we are all together in saying we're not having a body come down and dictate to us on what we want. And as we've been pointing out earlier, we are the grown-up politicians and we need to be speaking together in one voice because that's where we'll get split up. So we're all against this massive change being introduced without us actually being behind it. And it annoys me that people like Michael Gove hadn't got the decency to come to this council chamber and speak with elected representatives to give us an idea of what he wanted. And of course, one concern of mine was that, of course, the Liberal Democrats have got friends in the government as well, because they're in the government once as well. And they brought in amazing powers as well, like the bedroom tax and tuition fees. So again, I'm glad to see now that they're seeing the light, that they want residents' voices listened to. So I hope residents can go away from this meeting today seeing we are a united chamber and we will not be dictated to by central government, no matter who is in power. We look after our residents in Cambridge, and we have been doing a good job. And at the last elections, that was shown in the vote as well, that our residents have put the trust in us. And now as elected councillors, we have to repay that and show them that we are listening and we will react accordingly once we've got all the information. We can gesture and pontificate as long as we want in this room, but until we get hard information, we cannot make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. How many minutes do I have? I mean, I'm hoping to only be...
Councillor Bennett, do you want to talk?
I'm happy for Councillor Porra to go first.
That may not be possible because she's the second.
Apologies. Okay. I've actually found both the motion and amendments very hard to evaluate. If we go to the amend, we have a commitment to locally led evidence-based planning, which is close to a religion for me. It's certainly the nearest thing I've got. And then we start the motion with council believes that good growth in and around Cambridge is possible. Where's the evidence base for that? As Councillor Ashton has said, where is the information? We need to have that, because if we go on the basis of belief and ideology alone, we are gambling with residents' futures, and it is a total betrayal of the trust put in us. So what I want to say is, where is the evidence? Where is Council's own critique of the water scarcity group's proposals? Where are the concerns about the gap in the quantum and the gap in the times between the water demand peaking and new water resources coming on stream? Where are the answers to the Labour academician, Professor Deborah Potts of King's College, and her Broken Cities book, where she talks about the danger of poorly managed growth and overheating and the impact it has on inequality? I welcome Councillor Thornborough's speech on the planning system. The planning system should be our protection in this, but it's not. It's a legacy system that we inherited from a time before we understood the threat our planet was on. Just to give you one example, one of my first planning committees, we had a proposal for a car wash that was brought right in the heat of the drought that was going to use the water of 6 houses, but we couldn't object because it was a small application, it didn't get an environmental impact assessment, and therefore we did not have evidence from a statutory consultee about the water use. We have a system where the checks and balances are not in place. I also want to comment on records of parties on new developments. Now, I check the ONS statistics on multiple deprivation regularly because I always want to know whether we are at the bottom of the league in Abbey. And unfortunately, usually we are. But I was shocked to see how rapidly Trumpington is climbing up the multiple deprivation indices.
Thank you. Now, ask the
Can I just make a point of order? The planning application about the car wash was not approved.
It was not used to approve it.
It was approved. Possibly we're talking about two different ones. Let's have a look after me.
Anyway, as the seconder of the original motion, Councillor Porar, floor is all for you.
Thank you so much. Could I just check the time I have remaining, please?
Sorry, I think I have another hand.
Oh, sorry. And before, Mayor, might I just ask how much time I have remaining?
3 minutes.
Oh, beg your pardon. Thank you so much.
I only want to make a very quick point, and it's about, well, going back to, there's been a lot of discussion about sustainable development, and going back to what Councillor Thornborough said before about the National Planning Policy Framework, yes, it supports sustainable development, but I think that sustainable comes first, and I think that the danger here is that we don't have the evidence for what is sustainable in this present situation. And if we go for development first and then we're looking at mitigation afterwards, that is a recipe for disaster. Thank you.
So, point of order, Chair. The term sustainable is a technical term in planning. It doesn't just refer to the thing that the Green councillor was referring to then about sustainability and green politics.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Bick and various colleagues have highlighted, this motion is about ensuring that the residents of the City of Cambridge retain their right to contribute to future plans, not only in consultation but via the ballot box. I appreciate Councillor Carling's comments on your amendment. I wish the same level of caution had been exercised over the cabinet model, as you do with development corporations, but that's probably for another debate. And it was Labour, I believe, who introduced development corporations and certainly supported them. As I think Councillor Smith and others have said, we have to be realistic. Growth is coming to Cambridge. The jobs are coming. We see them already, and people will come here as a result of this. But they need affordable, sustainable housing. They need community facilities nearby, because otherwise they will be driving miles and miles, the poorest people in their cars, with a huge impact on the environment. And that is also not sustainable in the ecological terms. Where are our children going to live? Where are the children of the people we hope will come here from around the world, because we are a centre of excellence? We know we have, as a council, demonstrated positive growth, sustainable, Trumpington, Eddington, hopefully soon North East Cambridge. But we do this with our communities and we don't do it to them. And ultimately, if our communities completely disagree, they can vote us out, and that is not going to be an option if the Development Corporation takes control of everything. With the Development Corporation, it's only accountable to national government and not local politicians. So you can't vote it out, whether that's under the... well, I would say that...
Point of order, that's not true. Some development corporations aren't accountable.
I will come to that, Councillor Davey, in a moment. I think that's our concern. It's what we're looking at. The Greens say that we should have no growth at all. But actually, a development corporation, in some situations, I take your point, Councillor Davey, could take that completely out of our hands. So surely it's better that we can manage that. You know, we've got the new children's hospital coming. We've got the new cancer research hospital coming. That is growth that I hope we would all accept is positive. But that will bring with it jobs and the need for housing and the need for key worker housing. Again, something our council is trying to push forward, not just affordable, because affordable in Cambridge is a difficult term. You know, it's expensive to live here. If you pretend it's not happening, you're putting your head in the sand, which the Greens seem to want to do, unfortunately. Or Mr. Gove wants to take control of everything. So this motion is talking about how best we serve our communities and we don't end up with fractured, unsustainable and unmanaged growth. I welcome Councillor Thornborough's intervention, talking about how she'd be extremely reluctant to let planning things be devolved. But it is a concern because there are different types of development corporations, and I would urge the Labour group to commit clearly that we don't want that, taking controls of things that in Cambridge and Greater Cambridge we can already manage ourselves. We need government help with things like water, obviously, transport, funding for key worker and affordable homes, to make this a city for everyone who wants to live here, who wants to come here, and generations that want to grow up here over the longer term. So we don't want that kind of development corporation. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. As Councillor Davey asked the Executive Councillor, you have the right of reply up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to reply?
No, I think the debate's probably taken its due course, so I'm more than happy to go for the vote. Thank you.
That leaves us Councillor Biggs. As the mover of the original motion, you have the right to replay for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was amused that earlier what I apparently said about power grab on Cambridge's future was wrongly attributed to Councillor Davey, and I'm only sorry that he repudiated it, because I think that that is many people's view, and I think that it's important that we recognise and understand that as a council, even if in the course of time we come to see that not being the case. But I think what we know now is that that is what it looks like. I listened to the Green contributions to this debate, and it was said that it was difficult to evaluate this motion or the amendment. Well, I must say, I find it really difficult to evaluate the Green Party's view about all of this, because earlier in this meeting, they announced their opposition to a number of really key, important measures that would help to make development sustainable in this area. We're talking about public transport, we're talking about sustainable sites for building housing. In a sweeping way, dismissed as obviously being themselves unsustainable, without actually looking at what picture they're contributing to. Now, I'm pleased that we've had this debate today. I think it's important that members have been allowed the opportunity to express their concerns and their fears, as well as their hopes on this really, really important subject. My group will support our own amendment. We'll support our motion. If it is amended, we will probably support that too. We think that the amendment is really muting the motion. We fear that it's leaving space for a Labour government to do what you wouldn't accept a Conservative government to do. And we do know that the Labour Party is very wedded to the concept of development corporations. So we see it as a bit of a whimper in response to the situation, but it's probably better that it's said in some form, even if it's not said in the original.
Councillor
Thank you very much.
Can I stop you there? Councillor Hussain wanted to talk. You want to make a point of, sorry, you want to make a point of order? Sorry? Oh, fine. Geez, I was of the view there was a point of order or he wanted to talk, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Members, now we will move to the electronic voting on the amendment, right? We have 20 people supporting and 13 against and 1 abstention. Therefore, it has been agreed. Yeah. Amendment has been agreed. Now we will move to the vote on the amended motion as the substantive motion or the original motion. And, The motion is carried. Move on to the motion on the notice from Councillor Moore. I understand there is an alternation to this motion, which can be found in the additional information pack. Members, please can you signify your agreement for this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to, oh, no.
Councillor Moore, to move the motion, I understand Councillor Nestor is your seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Thank you. Councillor Moore, please address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your elevation to Mayor. I would like to present this motion with thanks to the residents who contacted me, particularly Valentina, asking for us to support the updated Climate and at the time Ecology Bill. Since then, we've also had a petition brought to the Communities and Environment Committee by members of the Green Party. This motion has been altered, as when I originally wrote it, the bill was still called the Climate and Ecology Bill. However, since then, it's been updated and is now into its third iteration and is known as now the Climate and Nature Bill. Although I support this bill and all its aims, I can't really say I'm happy to do so, as we're currently driving and flying and eating and heating ourselves into destruction, taking innocent people who've not used more than their fair share of the carbon budget, and even more innocent animals and creatures with us. Just this week, we have news of monkeys dropping dead from trees in Mexico due to the relentless and extreme high temperatures they're facing. Global sea temperatures have been breaking records daily for a year, a fact which is not garnering the news that it deserves, but should be terrifying to us all. Not only because of the thousands, if not millions, of dead fish, dolphins, sea lions and penguins, and other species I wouldn't have time to name, but also because the seas around the globe have been soaking up our excess heat for decades, which has resulted in them now being at crisis point. This will have devastating consequences for sea life, as we're already seeing, which will itself impact food security for millions of people, and will also change global weather patterns, bringing colder, wetter storms to some and droughts with extreme heat to others, or maybe just a bit of both to us all. Both of which will have devastating impacts to nature and humans, including by overturning global food security. This in itself is likely to lead not just to destruction, but future wars. We are working hard as a council to achieve our net zero targets, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank officers for their ongoing hard work and commitment on this. But I often hear that people are not worried about what we're doing as a council, or a city, or even as a country, as it is other countries' high greenhouse gas emissions which are the problem. But I totally disagree. Firstly, Britain was the home of the Industrial Revolution. We have historic responsibility for decades of burning fossil fuels. And now, despite Brexit, and the shambles of a government we've had for the last few years, Britain should be using the soft power that we still have left to live, by example, by creating a sustainable and nature-friendly economy. This will not only help to ensure a future for our children and young people, but also gives us the opportunity to realise the many co-benefits, such as warm homes, reliable public transport, livable cities, and greater physical and mental health for us all. From an individual perspective, every little helps. So every cut in emissions that individuals make has an impact for its own sake, but also because us humans are herd animals. We follow what others do, creating a snowball effect. I'm also of the belief that if individuals are taking action to cut their own carbon footprint, then they will expect more of government and the businesses they spend their money with, and so will push them to take even further action to cut theirs. This is a crisis, and we need to be combating it from every angle and at every opportunity. This motion, which following a lot of backwards and forwards behind the scenes, I hope will now receive unanimous support across the Chamber, supports a private member's bill in the Houses of Parliament. The bill is calling for government to work on the climate and nature crises in conjunction, because the two are inextricably linked. At the moment, we're in a terrible downward spiral. As nature is destroyed, it leads to further climate change. And climate change, caused by greenhouse gas emissions, is itself destroying nature. And frighteningly, has the capacity to do so at an even faster and out of control rate than us humans are doing ourselves. Whether that's from obvious events such as forest fires, or from quieter damage such as bark beetle outbreaks, decimating forests due to the warmer weather that the beetles love. We also know that either adding a non-native species, such as the current concern regarding increased numbers of the Asian hornet here in the UK, or by removing a species such as wolves, this can upset a delicate balance, resulting in unforeseen damage to vital ecosystems. By increasing biodiversity and allowing nature the freedom to thrive, we have the opportunity to repair some of this damage, hopefully in time to save some of our treasured species, such as coral reefs, hedgehogs, polar bears, and the African penguin, to name a small few. We need swift action from national government, and although, like many in this chamber, I'm disappointed by the removal of the 28 billion from Labour's commitments, and despite being quite canvassed out, I'm very hopeful and excited that a new Labour government in 6 weeks and 1 day's time will result in the changes we need. Labour's commitment to a new publicly owned clean power generation company perfectly highlights the co-benefits that can be realised by taking action on climate change. In this case, cutting energy bills, creating new skilled jobs, and delivering energy security alongside providing vital energy supplies in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
Councillor Moore, you had 6 minutes. Councillor Nestor, I understand you are seconding you. And do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I will reserve my right. Thank you.
Councillor Glassberg has given a notice of amendment, which is on page number 35 of the information pack. Councillor Bennett will second the amendment, and you have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Glassberg, to speak.
I wish to withdraw the motion.
The amendment.
Sorry, the amendment. Not the motion, no.
So that being the case, are there any debates on this motion?
Yeah, I'd like to withdraw the motion because we agree, the amendment, because we do agree with the amendments that have been made to the motion. Am I allowed to speak to it now? Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for what you've said on that. I mean, obviously I agree wholeheartedly with all of it. And much of our debate today has been a recognition that climate change is something that is not happening in some faraway country or that may happen sometime in the future. We know that it's happening now, and as you said, it's terrifying. A week ago, there was a report that concluded that 2023 was the hottest summer in the Northern Hemisphere for the past 2,000 years, and it describes recent global warming as dramatic and shows that in the Northern Hemisphere, the 2015 Paris Agreement to limit warming to 1.5 centimetres above pre-industrial levels has already been breached. So climate change is happening at a faster rate and on a scale far greater than was predicted even a few years ago. It's exponential, and there is growing and alarming evidence of its impact on the whole of the natural world. Nature is in free fall. The UK is already one of the most nature-depleted countries in Europe, and 1 in 7 species are now at risk of extinction. But it is a leader in the research and science that not only identifies the rate, scale, and impacts of global heating, but also the policy implications. The study on summer temperature records was done by the university's geography department, and recent research by scientists at the British Antarctic Survey shows the role climate change is playing in the loss of sea ice and the impacts that it's already having on unique ecosystems. And Cambridge scientists are also finding solutions. Yesterday's news of a breakthrough on recycling cement could lead to a huge reduction in CO2 emissions worldwide. So, in the City Council, we must also take clear leadership in promoting action and policies that will not only help to speed up carbon emission reduction, but also absolutely ensure that the city is adapted and resilient to the major changes that we know are coming, and that we give priority to increasing biodiversity and protecting wildlife. The Council's public support for the Climate and Nature Bill is an important step, because the bill can ensure that the key legislation that's needed will be developed and enacted and provide an improved framework for local as well as national efforts. So our support for the bill will also send a clear message to MPs. We hope that Daniel Zeichner and Anthony Brown will agree to sign up and be proactive on our behalf in action on the bill, and also all the accompanying legislation that's needed to give it teeth. It's difficult for a private member's bill to succeed, so we hope that Sir Keir Starmer will recognise the support from local authorities, including Cambridge, and will upgrade it to a government bill if there is a Labour government after the next election. At the March meeting of the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee, there was unanimous cross-party approval for the Green Party petition asking that the bill should be supported by Cambridge City Council. So I hope that the motion as amended will have your unanimous support today. Thank you.
Now, Councillor Hutt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This climate nature bill has already support across the political spectrum at the level of Westminster, including several leading Lib Dems who co-sponsored it. We declared a climate emergency in this council in 2019, and we spoke in support of the bill already at scrutiny committee, so I think we are in danger of agreeing here. And there doesn't seem to be much need for a debate. But this is, of course, an opportunity to assure our residents that we are looking at the bigger picture. Now, I'm sure we have all been alarmed by the recent Guardian survey, which revealed that many climate scientists now expect temperatures to rise by 2.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels by the end of the century, well above the already pessimistic target of 1.5 degrees. And with respect to the biodiversity emergency, the changes are right in front of our eyes. Many residents have noticed the decline of insects and pollinators in their gardens. The population of the common house sparrow has declined by about 70% since the 1970s. So we have to make a combined efforts across the whole range of political and economical domains to stop and even reverse these alarming trends. This council has already made significant steps in the right direction. First, by declaring climate and biodiversity emergencies, but then also by taking more concrete action, such as stopping the use of herbicides around the city and banning single-use plastics from council events. But much more is needed, of course. The council only has direct influence over about 1% of the city's carbon emissions, but it can lead and inspire by example and have indirect impact in areas such as housing and development, and to some extent local transport. But we should also be aware that Cambridge can have an impact well beyond its borders. If we are not building on the opportunities that Cambridge provides for research, business, and education, then we may save the tree before the forest. Not developing Cambridge further may cause more damage elsewhere. And this is one of the reasons why we need local leadership in partnership with government that delivers sustainable growth. This must be a target-oriented, evidence-based, and coordinated approach. And I'm therefore delighted that the Climate Nature Bill was written by scientists, experts, and politicians together. And we must prepare ourselves that both climate change and climate action will lead to enormous changes to society and to individual lives, from food consumption over travel and migration to the way we heat or possibly cool our homes in the future. This would be addressed by the Climate and Nature Assembly that is proposed by the bill. I would therefore like to thank 0 Hour for putting this bill together and for creating this evidence-based framework to tackle the climate and biodiversity crises. We are going to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any? Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope you will permit me a short historical digression. A motion to support what was then the CEE bill was the maiden motion brought by me and former councillor Hannah Copley back in 2021. At that time, the Labour group were forced to oppose it, and we only got a motion to support the weaker Conservative Environment Bill. So it is actually really satisfactory for me to see that put right. And I'd also like to thank the Lib Dems for their consistent support throughout for not just the current Climate and Nature Bill, but the predecessors. Thank you.
Councillor Tombra.
I just want to make one very small point that in 2019 we did bring the climate crisis bill, which had unanimous support, but also in 2019 we brought a biodiversity emergency motion to the council as a separate item because we recognised, although there were some common links between them, they are two separate crises that we have to deal with, and that also had unanimous support.
Thank you. Councillor Nestor asked the seconder of the motion. Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your elevation, Mr. Katz. Now, we don't need to debate what we already know, but we need to focus on solutions. Now, we are running out of time within the world and as well in today's council meeting. Now, I'm attending a UN conference in relation to climate change this coming June, so I hope to bring new ideas and what else is happening around the world that I'm happy to share with people here. So just to say that diversity laws needs to be hand in hand with what we do in relation to climate change and our commitment to net zero. So I would ask to support this climate and ecology bill. Thank you.
Councillor Moore, you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say there were some issues we believed with the previous CEE bill, which is why we did not support that original motion. However, we did amend it at the time to agree with the principles within it, and also we added in some actions for this council, which included the Cambridge version of the carbon literacy training that our officers have created and been giving to council officers, council staff, and is available to all councillors. And I would recommend that any councillor that hasn't had that training takes it up, especially our new councillors, newish, and anybody else that hasn't done, and we will be reviewing as it is updated as times change, and we're doing more as a council. And so I'd just like to come on to the point by Councillor Holt, just to highlight that we're doing quite a lot more as a council than the two things that you mentioned. We're, of course, actually really cutting our own carbon emissions. Firstly, from our pools, that's our main, or has been for years, been about a third of our carbon emissions from the council have been from our pools. That's now dropped into second place because of the work that we've done there, making them more energy efficient, whilst also still providing safe, warm, welcoming facilities for residents to stay healthy, and also obviously for the children of the city to keep learning how to swim, life-saving skill. And the second big chunk of our emissions as a council are on our vehicle emissions, including our waste and recycling vehicles. So we are doing a lot to cut the emissions from those. We're one of the first councils in Britain to have electric bin lorries. The work on our solar PV array at the Waterbeach depot hopefully will be started this summer, so that then not only will we be able to charge our bin lorries from our own sustainable electrical supply, but also because of the current restrictions due to the national grid, we will be able to get more bin lorries, electric bin lorries. Thank you.
Are there any debate on this? Members, we will now move on to the electronic vote on the original motion. May I ask the now 33 in support, 0 against, and 0 abstention. Therefore, the motion is carried. I take members' advice on this. Should we have another 5 minutes comfort break? Thank you. We'll be back here at 20 to 5. Yeah, thank you. We're back, and the next motion on notice from Councillor Carlsberg.
I can now withdraw motion 14C after, as there's a lot of toing and froing, the motions have now been conflated successfully.
Now we are moving to the next motion on notice from Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I understand there is an alternation to the motion, which can be found on the additional information pack. Members, please, can you signify your agreement for this?
I do indeed, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and I understand Councillor Clough, I'm sorry, I know I'm pronouncing it wrongly. Clough is your seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Bennett, please address the council. I'm sorry, Councillor Tong. You're going to address the council now? Councillor Bennett, are you moving the motion? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a motion that I didn't intend to bring this to this autumn when it was intended to coincide with the King's speech. It's been rushed out by Disability Rights UK in response to the Conservative government's shameful and attack on the rights and dignity of disabled people. I'm not going to go through every single abuse and aggression and attack because I don't want to increase the distress to the disabled community. What I can say is that even just raising the suggestion of these benefit cuts has led to harm. I am sure we will find that there's been an increase in self-harm and even in suicide attempts, that people who suffer from disabilities have felt less able to deal with all the other problems they deal with as a result. So even though rush to a general election on the 4th of July and hopefully a change of government is going to knock most of this on the head, damage has still been done. So all we want to do as people with disabilities, as people who have caring responsibilities, as people whose family and friends have disabilities, is to have a right to stand together, to have equal life chances and be valued and treated equally. The Disability Rights UK presents a 4-point manifesto to achieve that. As a result of the discussions I've had on this, we've already had some positive results. Peterborough Council is now looking at taking up the Cambridge City Council taxi card scheme, a really important measure for keeping the disabled community on low incomes connected. And also, officers have produced a helpful guide that covers some of the things the City Council does. I'm not going to speak too long on this. I'm sure we all share the horror and shock at the horrible attacks being made. So I will now finish speaking and leave the floor open to debate.
Councillor Tong, you wish to speak now or you want to reserve your right?
Yeah, I'd like to reserve my right, please.
Thank you. Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillors Bennett and Wade for working together with the Lib Dem group to agree a final version of this motion that I think works for everybody, certainly of the three main groups in this chamber, and recording our support of disability rights and obviously disappointment about some of the recent government or ongoing government cuts in this area. I particularly welcome the inclusion of the Equalities Panel. This is a panel not just for councillors, but with people with lived experience of disability, from our residents and from our council staff. So I'm pleased that we're able to refer it to that. Obviously, it does feel currently it's nearly 30 years since the Disability Discrimination Act, which I remember coming in one of my first jobs, then replaced by the Equalities Act. But we do seem to be going backwards at the moment, as Councillor Bennett has alluded to, with government attacks on things like the personal independence payments, so many of which are agreed on appeals, and those with fluctuating conditions. It's really depressing. We've had the very recent attacks on carers allowances. This was raised in Parliament yesterday by Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, in PMQs. And anyone who's read about that in the press recently will see just how catastrophic that has been for carers and obviously for those with disabilities that they support. Disabled people should not have to beg for changes to allow them to be part of society. Disabilities can affect all of us at some point in our lives. And these should be built into everything we do, whether that is M42, M43 accessible housing, tactile paving, audio descriptions, accessible toilets, quiet rooms for people with sensory overloads. I completely agree with the social model of disability. It's not the disability that's the problem, it's the barriers that society erect that stop people participating that are the problem. And we need to ensure that all of us speak up when things are not fully inclusive. My group will be supporting this motion, and we intend to actively participate in future discussions with the Equalities Panel and onward to the Environment and Communities Committee. Thank you very much.
Anyone else to speak? Yeah.
Well, if I'm wrapping up, I'll just say thank you for being so positive and for all the support, hopefully, in a minute.
Thank you. Councillor Wade, they asked the Executive Councillor, you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to reply?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and congratulations, by the way, belatedly. I meant to say that earlier. Yes, I support this developing manifesto, and I look forward to the discussion at the Council's Equality Panel very much, where I can speak in more detail, because I'm very conscious of time, to the support that City Council currently gives to disabled people, so we can have a fuller debate there. And I also look forward to perhaps working with Councillor Bennett on the LGA local champions network going forward. So thank you.
Councillor Bennett, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to briefly say that these attacks are not just a problem for disabled people, they're also a problem for local governments. If people can't pay their rent because their benefits are cut, our rent arrears are going to go up, people are going to be made homeless, and our temporary accommodation bills will rise. I didn't want to mention this in the main speech because obviously our disabled residents come first. But we have to be clear that this is not a money-saving measure. It is actually just a measure to pass the problem and the costs onto local governments. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We will now move to the electronic vote. Yeah. Yeah. Now, 31 in support and 0 against and 0 abstention. Therefore, the motion is carried. Motion on notice from Councillor Gilderdale. I call on Councillor Gilderdale to move the motion, and can I call you on a seconder? You have 10 minutes between you. And now, Councillor Gilderdale to address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations on your appointment. This is an issue we have waited too long for a motion at full council. Cambridge Labour have brought this today because we cannot continue to watch the horrors in Gaza without speaking out. I am so proud to live in Cambridge, a radical city where residents, students and workers have time and time again stood up for injustice and shared international solidarity. Cambridge has been fighting for the Palestinian cause and calling for powerful institutions to take action for many months now. Just this week, Mill Road businesses showed support for Palestine, and tonight, in half an hour, workers from the Grand Arcade have pledged to walk out for Palestine, followed by a rally at 6 and 7 p.m. However, I would like to speak about the university students for a while. It is so often students and young people who lead, and Cambridge is no different. As Hussam Zonla, a Palestinian ambassador to the UK, said to the student encampment a few days ago, "You are no kids. You are the leaders of the world, and when leaders fail to lead, students lead. The youth lead." Students organising the Cambridge for Palestine encampment, which has today reached its 17th day, are following in the footsteps of hundreds of students who have taken part in campaigns to call out injustice across the world. In the 1950s, anti-apartheid protests took place in the city where branches of Barclays were regularly picketed due to their investment in South African assets during the apartheid regime. In 1965, a banner was strung across the spires of King's College Chapel, attacking the American involvement in Vietnam, followed by a 300-strong sit-in outside Churchill College to protest the Vietnam War in 1967. In 1970, the Garden House riot took place against the right-wing military regime in Greece, and 20 years later, the Cambridge Palestine Solidarity Campaign was founded in Cambridge in 1990. The current demands from the students to Cambridge University are that it must disclose financial and professional ties with complicit organisations, divest funds and collaboration away from such organisations, reinvest in Palestinian students, academics and scholars, and protect students at risk and become a university of sanctuary. 25 Cambridge trade unions and societies have publicly supported their cause. However, it has been clear from the beginning of the student encampment that this is not just a student protest, but has strong support from Cambridge residents who are just as horrified by the ongoing devastation in Gaza and the West Bank. Earlier this year, residents from the Palestine Solidarity Campaign vocally joined our full council meeting, encouraging the council to take a stand against a genocide that is happening before our eyes and on our screens, and call for an immediate ceasefire. I am hopeful today that we will unanimously vote this motion through, not just reinforcing our call for a ceasefire, but taking action too. I've been sent some words by the local Palestine Solidarity Campaign, which I would also like to read out, and I thank them for their support of this motion. Cambridge PSC welcomes the recognition by Cambridge City Council of the enormity of what is happening in Gaza. The call for ceasefire and immediate humanitarian relief is urgent and indispensable, whatever might happen thereafter, and we welcome the confidence and clarity with which these calls have been made. We might have gone further ourselves in moving to international law beyond the immediate humanitarian framing and addressing the role the non-existent peace process has played in preventing progress on other transgressions of international law, such as the settlement building. However, this motion has taken Cambridge City Council and Cambridge to a good and proud point in that journey. We welcome the fact that Cambridge as a whole may choose to endorse this motion, and in so doing be an integral part of the amazing initiatives being undertaken currently by our students with the support of their staff and a great many residents and civic groups. As a key institution in Cambridge, it is not enough, sorry, that's the end of the quote. As a key institution in Cambridge, it is not enough for the City Council to stand by while injustice is ongoing, and we therefore must take action. Today, we are reconfirming our strong call for an immediate ceasefire, a suspension of British arms sales to Israel, and for the Council to stop banking with Barclays Bank. If this motion passes today, Cambridge will be the first local authority to publicly consider moving away from a banking relationship with Barclays, which has long been the target of a boycott campaign, initially from South African apartheid to climate campaigns and to the bank's profiteering from Israel's apartheid and occupation regime. I'm therefore proud to be proposing this motion today, which will show Cambridge is on the right side of history. This is what makes Cambridge a special place, and to that end, I commend this motion to you. Thank you.
Councillor Gildelael, could you tell me who is your seconder on this? Thank you. Councillor Eva, you have how many minutes? Do you want to speak now or you want to serve your time?
I'd like to speak now.
Please.
Okay, thank you.
You have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to congratulate you on your elevation. Representation matters, so this is an important milestone for our city. Now, while statements have been made already calling for an immediate ceasefire, this is the first time a motion has been brought to full council, which is much needed in Cambridge, as already explained by my Labour colleague, Councillor Gilderdale. It is clear that in Cambridge, local voices want a ceasefire, and as elected representatives, we need to reflect these voices. As all of you are already familiar, a case application to the ICJ, or International Court of Justice, was brought by the government of South Africa against the State of Israel on the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide in the Gaza Strip for alleged violations of the Genocide Convention. That is, on the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide, a convention to which Palestinians are a protected group. In its application, the South African government requested provisional measures to protect the Palestinian people, to order the State of Israel to immediately suspend its military operations in and against Gaza, and to take all reasonable measures within their power to prevent genocide and, under its obligations under the Convention, desist from killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or part, imposing measures to prevent births within the group, the deprivation of access to adequate food and water, access to humanitarian assistance, medical supplies, and assistance. The court ruled on the 26th of January 2024 by an overwhelmingly majority rule with 15 votes to 2 that Israel should, as per its obligations under the Convention, take all measures within its power to prevent the commission of the majority of these acts South Africa applied for, and ordered in favour and to ensure with immediate effect that its military does not commit these. The court also ordered by 16 votes to 1 that the State of Israel take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to address the adverse conditions of life faced by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Also ruled was to take effective measures to prevent destruction and ensure preservation of evidence. In particular, Judge Xu expressed her deep concern over the humanitarian situation in Gaza and considers that, as a result of Israeli military actions, the very existence of the Palestinian people in Gaza is at stake, which challenges the most elementary principles of humanity and morality. Since this ruling, there has been little development, with another hearing recently held on the 16th of May, with South Africa making a new request to issue more constraints on Israel's operations on the Gaza Strip under the same convention to withdraw from the Rafah crossing and its assault on Rafah, where Palestinians were directed to flee for safety. This is to the south of the Gaza Strip, and a significant percentage of Palestinians remain there, who travelled largely by foot. We are now also seeing this week that the ICC, or The Hague, as Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan has applied for arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the leader of Hamas, Gaza Yahya Sinwar. We are also seeing important developments this week in recognizing Palestinian statehood, as countries Norway, Spain, and Ireland move to recognize Palestine as an independent state. So 142 United Nations members now recognize Palestine's independence. Therefore, this motion is timely in the wider scale of political and legal developments on the international front, and calls on the current and any future UK government to work to ensure that international humanitarian law is upheld and that civilians are protected in accordance with those laws. And like the ICJ court ruling, it calls to work to ensure that civilians have access to humanitarian support, including unfettered access of medical supplies, food, and fuel and water, and importantly, to revoke all licenses for arms exports to Israel and suspend arms sales to Israel, which would help in preventing genocide. The motion also states that the Council will investigate the implications of stopping banking with Barclays, and finally, it condemns all forms of racism and discrimination so that as a city, we can be a city of sanctuary, which we all deserve and want. So I strongly urge everyone in this room to support this motion on all moral, ethical, and humanitarian grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a debate on this motion? Thank you.
Hello. So to begin, I'd like to thank Councillor Gilderdale and Councillor Dickovic for bringing this motion forward. I think it's a fantastic motion and something we'll support. This is something the National Green Party, as in a ceasefire, have been calling for since October. And it's something we, the Greens, have also mentioned a couple of times. So the Young Greens brought a question to Council a couple of months ago, and I helped draft that question. And that spoke about divestment, and it's been really, really great to see this follow through. We also mentioned things like creating a web page to try and promote charities that are helping people that are suffering in the Middle East. And that was also done really quickly afterwards. So it's been really nice to see the Council so cooperative on this. One thing I guess I do want to flag is that even though this is a really good step forward, I don't think we can get complacent yet, and we really need to work hard to challenge racism and discrimination against both Jewish people and Palestinians wherever we can. I have previously had to say to someone on the council that certain tweets they've made were just a bit racist, to be honest. So, I don't think we can get complacent yet. I think there's a lot of stuff we can do going forward. However, for now, I think this is a great thing, and it's really good to see this step, which lays the groundwork for future progress.
Councillor Martinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will speak for our group on this motion. We have supported previous statements made in this chamber on this conflict, and we will support this motion today. Indeed, as previously pointed out by a number of colleagues, many of us have very strong feelings on the matter, and the brevity of this speech is not one to play that. The action points in the motion are, of course, entirely in keeping with Liberal Democrat national policy on this issue. For many months, in fact, the Liberal Democrats, led by Sir Ed Davey, and of course with ongoing and valuable input from Layla Moran MP in particular, have been calling for ceasefire, an increase in humanitarian aid, and importantly, prohibition of further arms sales to Israel. We are glad this is now achieving wider agreement, both nationally and within the international community. And ultimately, of course, in this chamber, we do have to acknowledge that many of the issues raised are primarily for national, if not international, resolution. And we would hope and expect elected councillors and activists to hold whoever is Prime Minister in July to account on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, please. You speak.
Thanks, Chair. So just to say, I listened carefully to the motion. I thought it was one of the best presented motions I've ever heard. I'm not a great fan of motions, but obviously we're all human. This is an incredibly important thing. And I thought the two speakers presented it really well. So I'm not going to add anything to that, just to say that I think the two following speakers did themselves an injustice by referring to their party and what their party was doing and party politics and so on. I think let's just get behind this motion and support it, because I think that's the best thing to do in the circumstances.
Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to note that the 2 times since I've been elected as a councillor that our council meetings have been disrupted by lots of residents attending and actually taking notice of what we're doing and asking us for something. One has been about the climate crisis, and the second was about, one could say, the crisis in Gaza. and calling for this motion. So it's positive that we are responding to something asked by residents. So although this is the Council's first motion on the current war in Gaza, it does build on the two previous statements that our outgoing Mayor, Councillor Jenny Gawthrope-Wood, has made, and also by a statement that we made as the Labour group, and two letters that we sent to both the current Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and Sir Keir Starmer. And in these previous statements, we did also add that we called for the immediate release of all Israeli hostages and the end of the occupation and the siege of Gaza, which has been going on now for 16 years, plus the end of settlements in the West Bank. We could talk a lot more in this motion about the horrors that are occurring, but I take it from the speeches already made that we are in agreement, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bajan, please.
Thank you, Mayor Beju, and congratulations on your promotion or elevation, as we put it, to become our mayor. I sincerely hope that we are going to pass this motion. And when we do, our words will have substance, because we are the voice of Cambridge, one of the premier cities in the UK. But people are being murdered in the Middle East. Right at this moment, people are being bombed, shot, maimed, starved, and denied proper medical care. Many of these people lack a political voice. They are almost alone. I hope this council can be a political voice in support of those suffering in the Middle East. In my own language, I would say it's okay to talk, but it's time that we did something. Can we consider extending our being a city of sanctuary to be more about welcoming oppressed people? This motion sends out a message, and instead of just talking, we could raise our political voice. There are many rallies in Cambridge, frequently attended by students and some political activists. I rarely see other councillors at those rallies. And yet I know in this room are people that really do support this motion. And I'm calling for all councillors to visibly be seen and heard at these rallies, to indeed support the people of Cambridge in not only words but in deeds. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for moving the resolution. Thank you for seconding it. Thank you for speaking in favour of it. This is bigger than all of us. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough, please.
When I grew up, I spent a lot of time with my mother and her family, and my mother had been a child prisoner of war in a Japanese prisoner of war camp when they went in for 3 months and was there for 5 years. And they had no medicine from day one. They had terrible accommodation and terrible starvation food levels. And I know not just the effect of what they suffered then, but the life-changing impacts on them and the subsequent families. I never thought that we would be in a position today hearing stories actually worse than what I heard growing up, where these is deliberate starving and also the deliberate destruction of the accommodation without any hope of saving people under the rubble. I think it's just unbelievable. And I thank the proposer and seconder for bringing this, and I hope we can all pass this going forward.
Are there any question? Any debate? Anyone want to speak? Yeah. Now, Councillor Gilterdale, you have the right to reply up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. All I'd like to say is thank you for the contributions from everyone else. I think this is such an important motion. It goes beyond party politics, and I hope that we can all support it. And thank you all. Thanks.
Now, members, I personally support this motion. The traumas or the horrific scenes, what we are seeing from Gaza, and I fully support this motion, and I thank you, Councillor Gilterdale, for bringing this motion. Thank you. Members, can we move to the electronic vote now? The motion has been unanimously passed. Agenda item 15, written questions. Members, this item is to note. These questions and answers can be found in the information pack. We now move on to hold the special meeting for committees to deal with the annual appointments. Members of the following committees have been issued with a special meeting agenda, which can be found in the information pack, or updated members. The seats: Civic Affairs, Environment and Community, Planning and Transport, Licensing, Strategy and Resources. Those who have been appointed members on the committee will be called. When a committee is dealing with this appointment, would only the member of the committee please stand? Would the executive councillors who are being asked to agree appointments also please stand when requested? Civic Affairs Committee is on information pack, page number 39. 2 members agree the appointment set out in the agenda. So that concludes the Civic Affairs Committee meeting. Now to the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee, which is on page number 49 of the information pack. Does the Scrutiny Committee agree and recommend the appointments are set out on the agenda? Oh, in fact, that's what I've been. So where am I? I'm here. Right?
So yes, just say
Yeah. Do the Executive Councillor Carling, Moore, Holloway and Wade agree the appointment are set out in the agenda? Thank you. That concludes the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee meeting. Now, to the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee agenda on information pack, page number 53. The Scrutiny Committee agree and recommend the appointment are set out in the agenda. Does the Executive Councillor agree the appointments are set out in the agenda? Thank you. That concludes the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee meeting. Now to the Licensing Committee Agenda on Information Pack, page 41. Do the members note that the agreement for subcommittees and the responsibilities of the committee and subcommittees are set out on agenda and the information pack? Yeah, agree? Agree? That concludes the Licensing Committee meeting. Now, the Strategy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, Agenda Information Pack, page 57. Does the Scrutiny Committee agree and recommend the appointment set out on the agenda? Agree, the Executive Councillors? They do, yeah. Do the Executive Councillors agree? Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the Strategy and Resources Scrutiny meeting. And thank you. That now concludes the council meeting. Please could members take their own rubbish home or dispose of it in the bins provided and return any used glasses to the red tray outside the committee room. Thank you.